Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us, and that is totally on me. I thought I set it for 8:50, but apparently it was 8:20. So sorry for you guys waiting for 20 minutes. That's all on me. Sorry. So good morning. Welcome in, everybody. Crochet Nana. Hello, Sharon JRN. Good to see you. And Sharon Kirkland, good to see you. Little Lulu, good morning. Hellrider, good to see you. Deviant Croissant. We about to watch a horror movie or something? Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Joanne, good to see you. Cindy, hello. Mandy, good morning. Sparkling Princess. Lily Wayne, you watched Grizzly's interview about Raven last night. Oh, cool. Poor Raven ended up with Lyme's disease. Oh, no. Oh. Kelly Graham, good morning. Pammy and Amanda, good to see you. Kathy. 13th Juror, Bama Green Eyes. Aussie Gardner, good morning to you. Let's see. Jenny Lynn, Richard, Apollo has come out of blackout. Yes. Well, I set it for 8. I wanted it to be 8:50, but when I sat down, it said 8:20. I'm like, nope. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Jennifer King, you're sitting in the corner crying. You don't like to be scared like that? Edward, good to see you. Green-eyed cat. Oh, exactly. Apple Treasure, good morning. C. Gilmore, good to see you. Angelique, good morning. Have a seat, everybody. Have a seat. Sherry M, well, there you are. You have some splaining to do. Well, I hope I explained it. I hope I explained it properly. I thought I said it for 8:50. Somehow it came out 8:20. All right, well, we still have like 8 minutes to whittle about. So let's see. I updated this. Robbie Tower is 49. Jennifer Tower is 51. Dima Tower is 24 now. And first degree times 2, and also fleeing from law enforcement. Judge now is Thomas Krug. And defense is Mark Gilman. I still don't know who the prosecution is. The 2 females. Don't know who they are. So got to figure out who they are. Hey, G. Stewie. Let's see who. Hey, Paula, is Raven okay and still working? I don't know. Narcoleptic, good morning. Hope your coffee is hot, that your cereal isn't soggy, and the sun is shining brightly wherever you are. That's really nice. Thank you. Nan R, good to see you. Come on in. Have a seat. Sparkling Princess, you had some good chatting time. Good. Yep. I thought it was 8:50, but it came across as 8:20. Northwest, I think only question is M1 or M2. I am going to go out on a limb and say this is probably going to be one of the quickest verdicts that come back. I'm just going to go out on a limb. We've seen a couple quick ones come in under an hour. We've seen a few come in under an hour, and I'm going to lean, when we do our poll, I'm going to lean towards under an hour, but we'll see. Hey, Mrs. Baba Yaga, good to see you. Yes, it is another sad case. They mostly are, right? Want some coffee? Trying to say you're lurking. All right. Work away. No problem. Hey, Mary. Good to see you. Alice, we are dedicated to you. Thank you, Alice. Appreciate that. Oh, no. Raven passed in August? Oh, well, that's sad. That bums me out. I get more sad about that than, I guess, sometimes about humans, you know. Denny, we need emoji birds and silly socks in the chat in memory of Jennifer, who was an avid bird watcher, and hubby live wearing silk socks, I think the obituary said. Oh, birds and silly socks. I gotcha. Crochet Nana, you're going to go with 1 to 2 hours? Yeah. I don't think it's going to be more than 2 hours. I don't think so, but ooh, I love seeing this background. Let's get our media formatted there. Whoever's running the court feed. Hey, Anja, good to see you. Tash, walking to the office. Chat soon. Very nice. I walked to my office too. My commute was unbelievable. I had to weave around. Traffic was just insane. So Raven is still alive. Then why are we saying that Raven passed away in August? We saw her yesterday. Darren, Raven is alive. All right. Oh, snap. Good day from frozen Florida. It's not as cold today, Sharon, for us. We're in the 50s. Yesterday we were in the 30s. The last 2 days we were in the 30s. So we're well into the 50s. Hey, Barry, good morning. Sharon, yeah, you too. Yeah. Well, it's kind of easy to not like humans. It's hard to not like an animal. Amy, seems Dina was doomed from the start of his life. All very sad. You're for a life without parole. Yeah, some kids just don't. Some people just are born into situations, you know. Aussie Gardner saying good day to Barry. Iowa backyard. Hello, hello. Jaron, Raven is alive. All right. All right. Northwest, I picture Raven running in a field with a femur in her mouth. Hey, Silver Fox. Let's see, Jenny Lynn, is Raven with us or not? Apparently Raven is still with us. Good morning to you, Silver Fox. Raven passed away. All right, what's going on here? Is Raven still alive or not? I need to know. I need to know this answer. Is Raven alive or not? Raven is the canine dog from the Matthew Paul trial, Sparkling Princess, that we just finished. She's the canine, that cadaver dog that sniffed out his, picked up a scent on his truck. So Raven is a cadaver dog from the Matthew Paul. Let's see, Noto, yes, we saw her yesterday. All right, so Raven is still alive. Just read Raven passed in July. Oh my gosh, is it the same Raven, Richard? Because there's a lot of Ravens. When I did a search like last week when we first heard about her, a couple of Ravens came up. Thank you, Green Eyed Cat. Yes, 7 cats definitely cause traffic gridlock. Yes, you got it. Uncle Google says Rainbow Bridge in August. Oh my gosh, you guys are killing me. July of 2023, August of 2025. '30s in Michigan. Yeah, that's cold. Oh my God, she passed away. She didn't pass away. I know, right? What's happening? Is Raven alive or not? Kimber says, Gizla interviewed Raven only recently, and Raven was definitely there. All right. Well, that's good to know. Hey, Susie Q, good to see you. Raven is the canine dog from the Matthew Paul trial. Wait, let me get caught up here. All right, G. Stewie. It's another Raven. Okay, there's multiple Ravens. It's not, yeah, there's multiple Ravens. Apparently, we all need to watch Grizzly yesterday. Raven was alive. Summer Girl, good morning. Hello from Connecticut. How are you? All right, put this to bed. Grizzly just uploaded a video yesterday. Armada, she is very much alive. Okay, good. Lily Wayne, Raven was alive on the interview yesterday, and that was after Paul's trial. Okay. We were never so divided and worried, Nanar says. Yes. Well, Raven's cool. What are everybody's thoughts about that comet coming for Earth? Is that Atlas one? Didn't that explode? Didn't the sun blow it up or something? Is it that one, Laura, you're talking about, or is there another one? Yes, Snowcat, there are more than one Ravens. There are definitely more than one Ravens. Munch says Raven was on video yesterday. All right. All right. That's so Raven. Right. Good one, Deviant. Ed, is Raven in Minnesota? Several Ravens died, but which state? No, she'd be in Wisconsin. So anyway, if Grizzly had her on yesterday, I'm going to go with that. Proof of life yesterday. All right. Raven lives. Hashtag Raven lives. This is like the founders against Deep Space Nine. I almost said Deep State. Deep Space Nine and the clones. Right? We saw Raven playing ball and coming when called yesterday. The interview was excellent. All right, I'll have to watch that. All right, everybody just take a deep breath, me included. Okay. Mallory, yes, Raven's alive and well on Grizzly. All right. Good. My day was about to be totally ruined by rumors and innuendo. All right. 9 o'clock. Let's go, Judge. Oh, remember, they're doing the charging conference today from 9 to 11. So we're going to get to hear the instructions. And gosh, I hope they play them. I hope they show them. And then the jury's coming in at 11. Raven lives. Yes, Raven lives. Snowcat, good morning. First, we're worried about Chris and Aaron, then arguing with Raven is alive, and it's not even 9. All right, here we go. Charging conference coming up. Jury instructions. They're going to go over the jury instructions. Let's see what mood Dima is in today. So 9 to 11, they're going to do jury instructions. Let's see, lazy boys. I never answered your question. Okay, let me see what your question is. Has there ever been a trial in which the guilt has not been disputed? Has there ever been a trial where the guilt has not been disputed? It's not been disputed. So that means it's been disputed. I'm not quite sure I understand that. If I'm understanding you correctly, I'm going to go with Karen Reed. I think that was never in doubt for me, but if that's what you're asking. All right. Oh, sweet. My brother's in New Zealand. He's at the Shire right now. Love it. That would be fun. I would like to go to the Shire right now. He literally is in the Shire. That's so cool. All right. Oh, hold on. I got to rewind because I'm missing stuff. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Instructions. Do each of you have a proposed packet in front of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, and this is from the email that Ms. Frablin sent yesterday. But I have it open to make any edits.
Great. Let's take a look at it. Introduction to final instructions. We'll go page by page. Any objection to this by either side?
No objection, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
3.2. Now, let me just remind, just so Mr. Tower understands. We're having this jury instruction. We call it a charge conference. We're having this early because time allows us to have this discussion. This doesn't mean these are permanent. There could be changes that happen based on the additional evidence presented. For example, once the state closes their case in chief, your attorney will make arguments. So we haven't had motions yet. So this is an early look at jury instructions, Mr. Tower. This isn't a final discussion. We'll have another discussion once we've closed all the evidence before we were to read this to the jurors, okay?
Your Honor, just a question. Do you prefer like page numbers?
No, I don't need page numbers. Does the defense have any preference? My preference would be not to do page numbers.
I would not like them either.
Okay.
All right. Next is statement of charges. Again, in this case, we had the defendant was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder. I granted the state's motion to consolidate those 2 counts with the fleeing to elude. Because he was indicted with first-degree murder, the second-degree murder charges that were initially filed were declined. I think there was a written order to that effect. Not order, but motion by this memo by the state. Is that right, Emily? Did Ms. Frablich bring something over to you on Wednesday? on the second-degree murder charges?
Yes, but I believe there needs to be
Further
further clarification.
clarification. Okay. So these...
Oh, wait, it was clarified, yes.
It was clarified. All right, so these appear to me to be the statement of the charges that the court allowed to go forward on. Count 1 is murder in the first degree. The state identified Mr. Gilman to make 1 and 2 unique. They put in the alleged victim.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's appropriate. Do you have any objection to that?
I do not.
And then count 3 is fleeing to elude. They also inserted here to identify it siren and lights activated. Again, we'll get to that later, but they're lesser included. So I think that's appropriate. Any objection to the statement of charges page?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next we have 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. Unless expressly waived by both parties, this must be read in all homicide cases. I've reviewed it. The state just inserted the correct pronouns. They do have, Mr. Gilman, both lesser included counts of murder in the second degree and manslaughter inserted. And they have the defendant's name, Dima Tower, inserted as well. It appears to me, as I went through it and compared it to our Supreme Court version, that it's legally accurate. Do either side have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, next we have 7.2. This is the instruction on murder first degree. It has the statute number. I have compared this to the Supreme Court version. It appears to be legally accurate. It has the defendant's and the defendant and alleged victim's names. Now they're all capitalized. The state has been consistent throughout doing that. Is there any objection by either side to that? To capitalizing the names? I think it's usually done. I can't think of any prejudice to capitalizing the name. It's not in any way.
I don't think I have any objection to it, Your Honor.
I don't think so.
All right, any objection to this instruction as it relates? So this is count 1. This is with Jennifer Tower as the alleged victim.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, count 2. It's the same exact instruction, except if you look at element 1 and 3, instead of Jennifer Tower, it now has Robbie Tower, which is consistent with the state's indictment that Robbie Tower is the victim, alleged victim in count 2. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 28.7. Again, I did already compare these to our Supreme Court version. I found no mistake in this either. Names are capitalized. The defendant's name is inserted. There's no victim name here. It has the definitions. It has the 3 elements correctly outlined. Any objection to this by either side?
No, Your Honor. The only issue is there is I don't know if you want to take the brackets out of the vehicle definition.
I definitely think we should. I missed that. Yeah. Thank you for catching that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's address the lesser included crimes to count 1. They are murder in the second degree and manslaughter. Are either side requesting those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's appropriate to include these. The state appropriately did here. So we have murder in the second degree and manslaughter. For fleeing to elude, the 2 lesser includeds in the definition are fleeing to elude without sirens and lights and reckless driving. Are either side requesting either of those?
No, Your Honor.
State?
So defense is not requesting any lesser included for
The fleeing to elude?
the fleeing to elude?
Correct.
Okay. We'll request the first, the felony fleeing to elude.
Okay. So you want to make the argument that there were no lights and sirens activated? Okay, let's keep in fleeing to elude without lights and sirens. Both sides agree not to have reckless driving. State defense?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll remove reckless driving. All right, so we now have the definition. So we're now going to get into the lesser includeds. The state did one, which is probably appropriate for each count 1 and count 2. So the first one is murder, second degree. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower. So this is the lesser included for count 1. I compared it to the standard instruction. It's legally accurate. The portion that's in the standard instruction that the state has not included is the whole discussion on negligence. Do both sides agree that does not apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree as well. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think it's legally accurate. Again, I compared it to the Supreme Court version, and it is the same. All right, next we're still on count 1 now. The lesser included crime is manslaughter. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower again. It shows to the jury that this is still count 1. It has the 2 elements. Again, I compared this to the book. It is accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're now moving to count 2. This says victim Robbie Tower. Count 2 first-degree murder is second-degree murder. It's the same instruction as the lesser included is to count 1, although instead of Jennifer Tower, we have Robbie Tower inserted. Any objection by either side to this?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No.
Okay, we also have the manslaughter instruction for count 2. This is the victim Robbie Tower. They inserted the defendant's name, victim's name. Otherwise, it's the same instruction. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we have the lesser included for fleeing to elude, which is fleeing to elude. Any objection? Oh, we need to do what Mr. Gilman pointed out before. You still have the bracketed part in the vehicle definition. Can you remove that?
Yes, sir.
Once that's done, any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, reckless driving will be removed. Good morning, Ms. Freyberg.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, next in my packet is 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. This appears to be the old version. We need to get the updated version, 2025. The only difference is that in the paragraph that begins, a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. That paragraph has changed, and that paragraph now begins, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. Are you able to get the updated version?
Yes, sir.
Other than that, it's the same. Once that change is made, is there any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll give you a moment. Ms. Whipple, let me know when you've finished that.
Sometimes.
All right.
Okay, next I have 3.9, weighing the evidence. Okay, we have 1 through 5 that are given in all cases. So what we don't have is 6 through 10. So let me just read them out loud and let's see if we think so far any apply or if you can anticipate perhaps. Number 6. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I would not think that applies.
State?
Agrees.
All right. Did you say agrees?
Agrees, yes.
Okay.
I
All right, so right now we think 6 does not apply. 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony?
I do not anticipate that testimony either.
No, it doesn't apply, Your Honor.
Okay. 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? I don't think we've had impeachment so far. We'll see how it plays out. I think we have, we'll see how the rest of the trial plays out. But so far we agree it wouldn't apply.
Correct.
All right. 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty? There's been none of that so far. We'll see if that changes for the remainder of the trial. 10, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness? There's been no testimony related to that. So far I would agree that 6 through 10 don't apply. We'll have to readdress this at the end of the evidence. All right. Whether the state has met its burden remains in. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement, we give in all cases. Expert witnesses can remain in. We didn't have any accomplice or informant, so that was correctly not included. There's been no child witness. We'll wait to see if Mr. Tower testifies, whether or not to include that or exclude it. Proper for a witness to talk to the lawyers and relying upon your own testimony. So this appears to me to be legally accurate right now. The only issue is when we find whether or not Mr. Tower testifies, we'll address that. The next one, 3.9a, defendant not testifying. We'll wait to see what Mr. Tower chooses to do. 3.9b, defendant's statements. We have that here. We have a statement that was played to the jury yesterday. This is something the jury should take into consideration, this instruction. I've compared it to the Supreme Court version. This appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No.
3.10, rules for deliberation. All of them are included except the jurors talking about questions they asked. Of course, they didn't in this trial. So this appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Cautionary instruction is legally accurate. I will read that, of course. 3.12a, we have single defendant, multiple counts. Can you get rid of "and informations" in the title portion there?
I just called it charging documents.
Can we just get rid of it?
Yeah.
I think single defendant, multiple counts is the issue that the jury, we're honing them in on here.
Thank you.
So let's see, you have a separate crime is charged in each count of the charging. Can you make that singular document? I granted a motion to consolidate, so we don't need them to be thinking that we have an information and an indictment. I think that's irrelevant.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we do need them to know that there's multiple counts and they need to consider them separately. So let's see. A separate crime is charged in each count of the charging document. You're getting rid of the S. And although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. This now appears to be legally accurate to me. Any objection once we remove "and informations" and the S in documents?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Whipple, were you able to make those changes?
Yes, sir.
All right, the verdict instruction 3.12 seems appropriate. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, verdict looks good to me as well. That the state listed, I think, appropriately consistent with the jury instructions. They listed the alleged victim to identify the difference between count 1 and 2. They have the lesser included. It's perfectly lined up. There's nothing italicized or drawing attention to any one in particular. Guilty and not guilty are not capitalized throughout.
Count 3.
Your Honor, I did for count 3 that this isn't my intersection. Initially, there wasn't the lesser included, but can I talk with Ms. Frabling for a second?
Sure, about whether you want the reckless or...
There's something that has to be changed about the title. It's called fleeing to elude. I have attempting, and that has to be removed. Defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude a law. Or what happened? Did we?
So earlier when we were going through potential lessers,
Yeah.
Mr. Gilman said that he was not requesting the lesser claim or the reckless driving.
Okay. Okay, great.
Because I had said initially maybe the lesser included of the claim to it, or do you know lessers at all?
No lessers.
No lessers?
Yeah.
Okay, so then...
All right, so what we're going to do, though, Your Honor, is take away B and C.
Well, there's currently only B.
I might have a different version, but so right now I have A, B, D. So
Right.
A would be the defendant is guilty of, let's see, how do you have it labeled on you? It'll be the defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude law enforcement officer, parentheses, sirens and lights activated. So it's consistent, I think.
Yes. and
As
then-
charged. And then B would be the defendant is not guilty.
Yes, we just consulted and the state is no longer requesting a lesser.
Right, I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Or attempting.
Mr. Gilman, did you hear that?
I did.
Okay, so it's going to be A, B. And you're just going to include lights and sirens, although, just to be consistent. And then it has the correct month, year, place to be signed. It looks legally accurate. All right, let's discuss this now. They have your last page, submitting case to jury. Talking about what evidence would go back. Can you get both, Emily, can you pull out both knives for me? The ones that are not the butcher block. I don't want the butcher block. So my thought, folks, on evidence that can and cannot go back to the jurors. My thought is the butcher block with knives loose should not go back to the jury. That's too much of a danger. I could tell them that if they want to see that, they could just send a note. We can bring them into the courtroom, and we could have that shown to them. The question is on these two items, whether they're secure and safe to go back to the jurors. What are your thoughts?
May I take a quick look?
Yeah, come on up. And Carl, you can express your concerns and thoughts. I think the bailiffs are hesitant to allow those to go back.
This is very easily can come out of this with no problem. Yeah.
Not only that, Your Honor, there is biohazard on there, so we can tell the members of the jury.
Oh, that's true. There's alleged blood on there, right?
It's not going back because of biohazard, but if they wish to see it, they can view it in front of all of us with the bailiff showing them again. They're all photographs of this evidence, so.
Mr. Gilman, what's your position? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
You are?
Yeah, and again, there's photographs of everything.
Okay.
If it's a safety concern, I have no problem with them just having the photographs.
And the state's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we'll do.
So no butcher block, no knives.
What I'll do is I'll explain to them. So let's see. Let's look at our jury instruction. During the trial, towards the bottom, folks. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. A, and here's the options for us. A, some of these exhibits will be sent in the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And B, if you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing.
I think both of those would be appropriate.
They apply. So let's just keep it the way it is. And I'll explain to them the only items that are not going back are the knives. And I'll explain that to them, that they just need to put that in a note, and we could bring them in here for them to see it, okay? All right, so 3.13, submitting case to jury. It's fine, the instruction as it is. I have the closing argument instruction. You don't need to give that to the, you don't need to include that in the packet that goes to the jurors.
We'll take it in.
Are there any other instructions either side are requesting?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And I can't think of any other instructions that apply as well. All right, so State, if you can make those changes, if you can send a copy to me and Mr. Gilman so we can have at least our updated version. We'll address it again at the close of the evidence. It's 9:22. We'll be adjourned. If you can be ready to start the trial at 11.
Yes. One thought, Your Honor. Do we want to discuss now? There is a DVD of the defendant's interview. The jury may wish to listen to that, or also the 911 calls. Did we want to talk about
That all goes back to the jury.
right?
To the.
But do they? Are you going to explain to them how they can play it and do that sort of thing?
What I do is I bring IT in to just explain the jury card. I like to have that on the record, that the jury card doesn't do anything. It doesn't have access to the internet. All it can do is play the evidence. So I'll bring in Kevin or Henry, someone from IT. They'll wheel it in. They'll explain to them how it works, which is basically just a mouse, and all they can do is stop, pause, fast forward, and then I'll have Henry wheel it into the jury room.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have a nice break. Let's be ready to start the trial at 11 o'clock. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think that's going to go how jury deliberations are going to go. That was a short charging conference. I don't know why he allowed for 2 hours, but judge allowed for 2 hours. And hey, Just a Girl Baking, welcome in. So whatever happens today, so what we think today is going to be, we have Florida Department Law Enforcement, FDLE is coming in. I believe it's a female. I didn't catch her name. And then the medical examiner is going to be testifying after her. He doesn't get in there until 1. So she, actually, I think they made it till 11 because she wasn't going to be available until 11, and then the ME wasn't going to be available until 1. So we know that. And then the state's going to rest. And then, yep, thank you, Northwest. No witnesses were available until 1. So that's why they went till 1. I'm sorry, that's why they had the jury come in at 11. So law enforcement at 11, medical examiner at 1. They think he's going to be finished. The doctor is going to be finished around 3-ish, and then we're going to have to hear whether or not Dima is going to testify. So if Dima testifies, personally, I don't see how he's going to testify in 2 hours. From 3 to 5. I don't see that happening with cross, with direct, cross, redirect. I don't see that. And then in any event, defense, Mr. Gilman said he wants to do closings tomorrow. So he thinks that they can get through Dima today. I personally, I don't know. I don't see that. But I don't know. Obviously, they know more than what I know. So in any event, whatever happens today, they're scheduling closings for tomorrow, jury instructions tomorrow, and then deliberation. So based on their openings, which were very, very short, states were a little bit longer. States openings were a little bit longer, and then defense's openings were pretty short. I'd say maybe 10 minutes. Remember, there was that break because Dima broke down and was blowing his nose and crying. But the state's opening was probably 20 minutes, about 20 minutes, I would say, maybe half hour tops. And then defense was maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes tops, So I don't think their closings are going to be that long either. Hey, Golden Girl, welcome in. Shirley, good to see you. If he testifies, the judge will instruct him to look at the attorneys. Okay, lazy boys, yes. All right, I wanted to get back to your question. I understand it now. So yes, we have had many trials where guilt has not been a question. We know they're guilty, but then the question is, what do we give them? So it could be from, like I was thinking, Bianca Ellis, Carlos Dominguez, Sharon Lawrence, the grandmother who I forget her name right now, on the west coast of Florida with the little granddaughter that she left in the car, and that child passed away. So there have been, those are at least 4 that pop right up to mind real quick, where the guilt isn't in question. We know you're guilty. We know you did it. It's just a matter of then, are you is it mentally insane? Is it self-defense? Then it becomes, but a case like this, let me think of a case like this where it's, they're not claiming self-defense. They're not claiming, what do you call it? Self-defense or insane. So I'm trying to think of, let me look back at some other ones that might. Does that help you? I don't know if that helps you or not. Let's look back at some other ones. Sonny Bell, they were okay. Dustin Duran, there's another one. He said, "Hey, yeah, I did it," but he said he was doing it in defense of others. So there's like 5 right there we've named. Daisy Link, again, she said, "I did it." Right? Let's see who else. Shabusiness, I don't think. Yeah, she wasn't denying it. Or maybe she was denying it. Who else? Leslie Dale Boulot, remember him in Marion County, where they were cleaning their guns. So yeah, there have been actually that was manslaughter. That was manslaughter. That was, let's see, we called the title that was manslaughter or mistake. So yeah, crazy boys. There's actually quite a lot when you look back at it. There's quite a lot where they're saying, "Yep, I did it, but I didn't mean to," or or some other self-defense, didn't mean to, or criminally or insane, not criminally, or insane. Megan Boswell was another one. No, she was saying she didn't do it. Hold on, there was a couple others. Just scrolling through the Ollies. Well, that was attempted. Raul Valle, right? That's another one. It was pretty obvious he did it. Carlos, we already mentioned Carlos. Who else? So there's quite a few actually where we know they did it. So I hope that answers your question. Let me just see if there's any from way back when. Carlos, we talked about Carlos already. Lori, we know. Turik's another one. Remember Turik? That was going on during Karen Reed. We covered that instead of Karen Reed. Turik, he admitted he did it, and I think they went down to manslaughter with him. Shore, Michigan versus Shore, and Loyola, that trial, we know he did it. So actually, as I'm scrolling back, Travis Rudolph, yep, Kimbers, yeah. No, as I'm scrolling back, there's actually quite a few. It's actually almost more trials we watch. We know they did it. It's just a matter of Tracy Nix. That was the grandmother in Florida. The Dog Park murder trial, Radford. Remember that one? There was no doubt that he did it. So it's really funny. The more I'm looking back, the more I'm like, wow. We cover more trials that they did it versus trials that, did they do it or not? Hughes, remember the Rose Petal murder trial? Zachary Hughes, he was the concert pianist. So Sarah Boone, there we got Sarah Boone. So Ashley Benefield. So again, they're like, a lot of them are self-defense, stand your grounds kind of thing, but a lot of them are like, I know I did it, but I didn't mean to do it kind of thing. So, yeah, interesting. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Let's see. Rumpel says, I did it, but defense never works. Lazy Boys, in the state of Connecticut, the jury is told not to think about sentencing, but whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Yeah, Jodi Arias. We didn't cover her, but yeah, no, that's a good one. Yep, Sarah Loon is more like it, for sure. So it did, okay, good. Glad that answered your question. Yeah, that's a good test for me too. Now I'm looking back at all the trials we've covered. It seems like we covered more, just the way it works out. We've covered more trials where we know they've done it. There's no question that they've done it. It's just a matter of what was the cause. What was the cause of that? So that was a good exercise. Good exercise there. All right, we have a poll going on. Don't forget to answer our poll. Will Dima testify? We've got 66% of you are saying no, 34% are saying yes. we'll leave that up for a little bit longer. Hey, Terry, good to see you. Hope you sorted out that issue the other day, right? You were having problems with what you weren't able to see. I forget now. You weren't able to see. You were able to see chat, right? But you weren't able to see the feed or something like that. I forget what the problem was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Anyway, hope that got sorted out for you. I say green-eyed cat. Hold on, let me pull that up. Okay, JRN just mentioned the kid that was even found not guilty. Mom and kitchen, very similar. Oh, yeah. I wanted to cover that trial too. That was in Florida. Again, another Florida trial. Yeah, he shot his dad in Oklahoma, and then he strangled his mom. I think he strangled mom here in Florida. Yeah, he was found not guilty. I remember that one. I mean, we didn't watch it, but no, Northwest, we don't do that. We don't switch. It's just too confusing because I hate that when, and I know a lot of creators do that, but when I see a thumbnail and a description and I go to it, it's a completely different trial. It's confusing to me. I don't like to do that to our community. So as much as that's a great suggestion, no. But I have a feeling we'll get to Devin either later today, because if they finish at 3, we'll do Devin later today. And then certainly tomorrow, while they're doing closing arguments and jury deliberation, we'll watch Devin. So we'll definitely catch back up on Devin. Don't worry. Let's see that kid. Let's find out. Florida son who killed mom. Colin Griffith, Polk County, 17-year-old. Kidnapping and stabbing his mom, 39-year-old Catherine Griffith. Colin Griffith, yep, there you go. Colin Griffith. Yep. Colin Griffith. He was acquitted in 2025. Ruth, good morning to you. Deviant, yes, thank you for not confusing. It confuses me. I know a lot of creators do it, and it's just not what I want to do. It's just not what I want to do. It's hard enough keeping these trials straight, but then when you see a thumbnail and then you click on it, it's something completely different stream or trial. That's just not what I want to do. That's not what we do here. So. Yeah, and he's roaming around. Wait, I was shocked the jury said, yeah, and he's roaming around for sure. Hey, MG. Hello. How are you? The kidnapping was over the top. Yes, Crochet. Yeah, he shot his dad in Oklahoma. Pretty sure it was Oklahoma, right? Pretty sure it was out there. Yep, shot and killed his dad in Oklahoma in 2023. He was not charged in that. Investigators could not rule out self-defense. But yeah, I really wanted to cover that, and I forget what we were covering. Something else. I really wanted to do that, and it was like it wasn't scheduled, on the big streams. So we went with another trial, and then they ended up playing that one or something. I don't know. There was something weird where I wanted to cover it, but then it never happened. So that is a good one. I would like to watch that. G. Stewie, he got away with that one, then got away with mom. The jury didn't know about the father. Right? I wonder if, good, Terry. You got it sorted out? Cool. Good. G. Stewie says, I watched it. It was very frustrating. Yeah. I don't know what Denny Dawn says. Think grandmother's next. I wonder what the jury's thinking, now that the jury knows, because I'm sure when they go back or when it's done and either their friends and family talk to them, and or they Google it, and or just the news, if you just watch the news and you're like, oh, dang it. If I had known, Yeah, Scott was definitely watching it, Crochet. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive Scott was watching it. I forget what we were doing. We did something else. I just can't remember right now. All right, let's see. I wanted to. We definitely can do a lot of things here. Let's check out the house and the property. Let's do that while we wait because we still have an hour. Let's do this. Let's check out the property and where he comes from and all that good stuff. Just in case they come back. Let's put that over there. All right. Nope. Put that down here. All right. Nope, don't want to do that. Not now. All right, so this is where he lives. That little red pin. So you guys are asking where in Florida this is taking place. So there's Pine Island. We got Marco Islands down here, which is pretty well known. Marco Islands there, really beautiful resort. Of course, you have Miami over here on the Miami, Fort Lauderdale there on the East Coast. You got Fort Myers. Fort Myers there. Oh gosh, I lost my pin. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Okay, so the pin's up there. All right, so you got Fort Myers, right? You got Fort Myers there on the bottom. So everybody knows Fort Myers, right? Fort Myers is pretty big. Got decimated by Hurricane Ian, right? And Milton, I think it was Ian. So there's Fort Myers. And then Port Charlotte is up here. Northport is right there. And then what he did is he went north. So he went north up to Tampa. So here's Tampa up here. Tampa Bay is up here. You got Clearwater, Tampa Bay, Sarasota's down in here. So he was going up towards Sarasota. Let's see. And there's Venice. They were talking about Venice. Let's see, Venice is like right in here. You see Venice Gardens. All right, so and there's 75. You see 75, that's the major highway there. So he made it onto 75 and he was heading north. He was going north to Sarasota. That's why they got Sarasota involved. So Sarasota's up here. All right. So parents were in real estate, right? That's what they said. Parents were in real estate. So let's take a look at, let's zoom in. And it's interesting. I mean, this is all Everglades, right? This is all north of them. That's all Everglades. And then you see that patch of built up. All right. So let's cruise in here. So there's Malakote. Yeah, nice little neighborhood it looks like. Now let's take a look at, let's see what they look like. Blink. All right. So we need 1240. Where's 1240? It's this one, right? Isn't that 1240? Okay, yeah, there's 1240. Oh, and there he is running in with the Ukrainian flag. Oh, I have a great story to tell. When we first moved into, not this house, but another house, I was out mowing the lawn, and one of the Google Earth photos has me, mowing the lawn. You see this little dot, and I'm like, what's that? And I zoomed in, it's me mowing the lawn. So there he is running into He's running into the front door. Nice house, right? Okay, so they said the neighbor, Jonna Walton. Okay, so she said this house. Interesting. That's all blurred out. What the heck? So this house was the rental house. So Jennifer ran from here across and then over to here. Wow, they got it blurred out. Interesting. So that's, wonder why they have it blurred out. I guess you can do that. Can you request to have your house blurred out? I guess you can. I never knew that. So anyway, that's where the neighbor. That's where she ran to. So Jennifer ran from over here over to there. So, it's interesting in that the Daisy Link trial where she shot him through the foot and then into the left leg. There you go. That shows you that shooting through his foot, literally his left foot, then into his right, went through his heel into his right back thigh, out of his right thigh. That's kind of interesting, right? Jenny Lynn, your dad's sitting on the front porch of one of our houses. Google image. I love that kind. Yeah, I kind of love it. Yeah, that's fun. He was definitely running. And the door's open, right? You can see the door's kind of open right there. The door's open and he's running in. I can't zoom in any further. But that, if you guys remember Daisy Link, she shot him through the back left heel, went through his heel, went into his back right thigh, went through his thigh. So that's literally how it could have happened. That's literally how it could have happened. Siggy, hey Siggy, how are you? Siggy and Mike. Yeah, you can blur your house. So how do you do that? You just contact Google and say, don't show my house? Is that how it works? I didn't know you could do that. W. Williamson, good to see you. And Beach Mom, thank you for joining us. Probably blurred out because the neighbor still lives there, Andriel says. Deviant, don't show my cardboard box, please. BFM, yeah, his parents did embrace his heritage for sure. Yeah, yes, they did. Ooh, hug. Yeah, with the Ukrainian flag there for sure. How do I get back to? I close that. Okay, there. Yeah, I mean this is a nice little spot. So Jennifer ran from their house. Interesting that she ran that way instead of running across the street. She ran to the neighbors, which is further down the street instead of just across the street, which would have been faster for her, I guess. I don't know. No, I mean when you're getting stabbed like that, you're not thinking. You're not thinking clearly, I guess. Jill says, the Walton house appears to be having a party or something. I see people standing around. Let's see. You see people standing around? I just see a big blob. I don't see anybody standing around. Yeah, I don't see anybody standing around. Oh, there's an open lot. Oh, they're doing some building there. There's going to be a new house. Kathy, she wasn't aiming down. Daisy was aiming more toward his lower back. However it happened, that to me makes sense, where he was running like that and his foot was up like that. That's like the only way I can explain it. Right, Kathy? There was, yeah, I'll play that again, Lily. I'll play that again. Retired Sergeant Melinda, how are you? Good to see you. My goodness, I don't think we've seen you in a long time. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Gretchen, good to see you. Amy says it could also be that is where she felt she would be safest because she knew that neighbor. Yeah, 100%. 100% agree with that. So Siggy and Mike says, you can do it yourself, Street View, select address, then report a problem. We'll give you choices. Ah, okay. That's good to know. Thank you. All right. Let's see. There wasn't a lot of news on this. There was not a lot of news on this. But let me see. We'll play what we have. Gosh, now I can't find it. Oh, here it is, this one. Okay, actually I do have a couple. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Let me just close that. I have two. Okay, this is the one I played the other day, but I found another one, so we'll play that one too.
Now, after a frantic search for an armed and dangerous man wanted by Northport police. Tonight, he is in custody, accused of killing a couple. And now, as 10 Tampa Bay's Adoria Chumba explains, investigators are piecing together why.
Northport police say they were able to locate and apprehend the 21-year-old suspect, Dima Tower, with the help of Venice Police. Now, they and neighbors are trying to figure out what exactly happened and why.
I mean, I came out here at 9 o'clock this morning to get my mail, and I saw all the cars. Like, what the heck happened? And I talked to my neighbor, and I heard.
Police say a neighbor who heard a disturbance around her home on Mallicote Road near Harbell Street called 911. Officers say when they arrived, they found Dima Tower, who refused to obey their commands. Then he took toward I-75, leading them on a chase. His car later found abandoned. Back at the home listed on the car's registration, officers found two people, a couple, dead from various stab wounds.
To hear what happened is ugly.
It is a very, very disturbing scene. You know, when you have that amount of blood in locations when people are stabbed like that, I mean, it's a very violent crime.
8 hours later, police arrested Dima Tower off I-75 near Laurel Road. Tonight, Tower remains in custody as police search for a motive.
Who knows what might be revealed and what some of this evidence that's uncovered. I would say things are still on the table, but at this point, we don't have any information that anyone else was involved.
Right now, police won't reveal the victim's identity, but confirm they were familiar to the suspect. CJ Coleman said he met the victims when he first moved in and that they'd always been friendly while out walking their dog.
I walked out front and they greeted me and welcomed me to the neighborhood, said they were kind of like the neighborhood watch, and if there's anything I need, let them know. And Northport's a good community. It's few and far between, but it does happen. Unfortunately, it's happened to some really, really good people.
In Northport, Adure Achumba, 10 Tampa Bay.
And we have just now learned that Dima Tower has been booked into the Sarasota County Jail on 2 counts of murder.
All right, and I found this news clip. Let's check this one out.
Julie, thank you. A man suspected of stabbing to death a Northport couple is now in custody after a search early this morning.
ABC Action News reporter Rebecca Petit with more on the double homicide investigation.
Just nice people. I mean, they were community people.
A Northport community is in shock after police find a couple stabbed to death inside their home. Police believe it was at the hands of 21-year-old Dima Tower. Investigators say shortly before midnight on Thursday, officers were called out to a disturbance on Malicote Road. That's where officers found a man and woman dead inside a home with multiple stab wounds. They also saw Tower getting into a vehicle.
Appeared to be putting some things in a car, and our officer gave commands to stop. That individual got in the car and took off at a high rate of speed.
Police chased Tower as he drove north on I-75 before he got out of the vehicle and ran into the woods. He was found roughly 7 hours later at a gas station near I-75 and Laurel Road. Police say Tower and the victims lived together as a family unit. Neighbors tell me the couple was well known in the community.
They kept an eye on the community. They kept an eye on the neighborhood. They were the first ones to greet us when we came here and welcome us to the neighborhood.
Melissa Willits has lived in the neighborhood for nearly 2 decades and says another family-related murder happened here several years ago.
I've seen the people over 15 years walking their dogs around the neighborhood. And so, I mean, yeah, it is heartbreaking that it could happen so close to home twice now in several years.
Police tell me Tower was arrested back in 2020 following a domestic incident. In Northport, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
So something happened a couple years before that? Holy smokes. All right, hold on a sec. So he was arrested in 2020 on charges including DV after he allegedly threw Jennifer across the kitchen as he was putting groceries in the fridge. The alleged attack left Jennifer with a bleeding forehead and lacerations to the back. The charges were later declined by a judge. All right, so here's her online obituary. Let's see this. So Robbie Tower, August 15th to September 1st. So did I get his birthday right? Yeah, August 15th, 74. He was born in Salem, Massachusetts. He's the epitome of warmth, wit, and wisdom. Let's see here. Just kind of seeing if there's any. And then Jennifer's obituary, February 8th, she was born. She was born in Columbus, Ohio. She was born in Columbus, Ohio. Her family moved from Columbus to Venice, where she graduated Venice High School in 1990. They married in October 21st of 2000. She began her professional journey as a paralegal. She then took up a role as a realtor, most recently at Keller Williams. Eventually, she started her own business, Pro Admin, a real estate services venture that showed her entrepreneurial spirit. She was a devout Christian. She went on missionary trips and served as a Sunday school teacher. She loved bird watching, was quite the animal lover, especially fond of the raccoons that frequented her yard in Florida. She had a soft spot for dogs, especially Rottweilers. So he wore, silly socks, t-shirts, funny shorts. He was loved by all as a kind, loving, generous man. He was the mayor of Malicote Road. We heard that from Miss Walton, Jonna Walton. He brought people together and was affectionately known as the mayor of Malicote Road. He started community block parties to bring people together. He was a respected leader in his church, was leading a new church addition project. So that's sad. But we're getting to know them a little bit better, a little bit more. Hold on. Just give me a moment. Let's see. Okay, so Richard, you sent this the other day. I wanted to read this. You sent this yesterday. Just to explain, manslaughter has two possibilities, voluntary and involuntary. So this came from Richard. Voluntary manslaughter is intentional, arising from sudden passion that results in adequate provocation. This is an immediate response to that provocation, like walking in on your wife with someone else. There's no time for cool reflection. This is what this defense is trying to do based on his childhood and current living conditions. It just doesn't fit, but the defense has to try something. That's voluntary. So in involuntary manslaughter, culpable mental state is reckless, as in something like death involving DWI. All right. Thanks, Richard. So let's see. This is a good one. This is from the Daily Mail. I found this one the other day. We can look at some pictures of them. Hopefully this will work. All right, there's some pictures there. Dima Tower 21 with his adopted parents. Oh, here, you know what? Maybe I can just do this. Yeah, there we go. That's what I should do. Oh, come on with your freaking ads. All right. There's Jennifer. There's Robbie. I'm playing some kind of board game. I'm at a picnic. I find a lot of these photos, it seems like Robbie's taking selfies, right? It seems like a lot of these he's taking a selfie. So 16th birthday. Taking our son out for a successful first week of school. Seems like he's smiling in all these pictures, right? Oh, this is in Ukraine, Kyiv. They were bringing Dima home for the first time. Wow, so they went over there, they brought him back. Family went for a trip around New England. Obviously in Massachusetts. "16th birthday. Happy birthday to our son. We love you more with every passing moment." Jeez. Why was he so upset? I mean, on the surface, it looks like they're such a beautiful, like, loving family. Mama just went all in. Dima took the bait, wiped him out. There's that. Right? Looks like they had a good life. Just shows you pictures do not tell 1,000 words. Right? Robbie and Jennifer were said to have heaped their adoptive son with love and would buy him whatever he wanted or needed. Let's see. Rob Tower's mother said the couple spent their entire life savings to adopt the boy, with the trio seen above celebrating welcoming him to their family 7 years ago. I guess that's it, right? All right. Well, it's a shame, right? They seem like they're nice people, but I guess you just never know. You just never know. Let's see what else. Narcoleptic. It's so tragic. Yeah, let me put this back up here. Hold on. It's so tragic. Mom and Dad just seem to want the best for him. Right? Sparkling Princess, try to do the right thing. Certainly seems like that. Jenny Lynn, or is that not an element as needed in Florida? Let's see. We have reckless and intentional manslaughter. Intentionally has to have an extreme emotional distress element. Will we see any evidence pointing to his mental state besides just rage? Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it because we have law enforcement coming up, and then we have the medical examiner, and then defense is only going to put Dima on. So doesn't seem like we're going to have anything other than what he said in his statements to the police, which was rage. He said he just had rage. So it doesn't seem like we're going to have anything. Excuse me, more than that. So Richard says in his interrogation, he kept saying, when asked why, he kept saying it's complicated. Yeah, he did. He said that often. It's like he doesn't want to reveal something horrible. He never fully explained it. It makes me wonder what that could be. All right. Danny Dawn says Robbie reached out to the police October 22nd of 2019, requesting that Dima be removed due to behavioral issues. The father reported that his son had been physically and verbally. Yep. Brian says, all I can come up with is some sort of by one of the parents or another family member. Sharon, yeah, their entire life savings. Aussie Gardner says, it is tragic for all of them. Allie B, I wonder if they knew he was troubled when they adopted him, but still had faith they could make him better. Maybe. All right, let me see if I can find, hold on. Just give me a second here. It's over here, hold on. Let me see if I can find some more stuff here. All right. So December 8th, 2018, officers responded just after 4 in reference to a family disturbance. So that's 1. Rob Tower and his wife told deputies their son Dima had not spoken to them in several days. They also advised that Dima had pushed Jennifer to get out of his bedroom. Rob told the officer he felt his son needed to be Baker acted. However, it was later found that Dima did not meet the criteria for involuntary admission. Dima denied pushing his mother. There was no probable cause for arrest, but the Towers were advised to contact police again if needed. So that's December 2018. Then April 2019, so this is incident number two, Jennifer called the police and reported Dima missing around 7:30 p.m. She said she was upset. She said he was upset after being grounded and rode away from home on his bike. So remember, they adopted him in 2016. So 2 years later, and then now 3 years later, he was located by police and taken home. A few hours later, Jennifer called again. So that's 3 calls. Reported him he had left home once again. He was located, reunited with his mom. Then July of 2019, so this is call number 4. So we have April and now July 2019. He was taken into custody after a caller reported seeing him walking near Toledo Blade Elementary School with a BB gun. Dima claimed he had come to the area to shoot Army men toys, which were later found in his pocket. So remember, he was born in 2001, right? Yeah, he's born in 2001. So he wasn't quite 18. His birthday said September 1st, so he wasn't quite 18. So that's 4 times. It was later found the BB gun had been purchased by Jennifer for Dima without his father's knowledge. He was released from custody without incident. October of 2019, so this is the 5th incident, and this is the 4th in 2019. So we had 4 in 2019, and this is the 5th time overall. Rob contacted police and told the officers he wanted Dima removed from the home due to ongoing behavioral issues. Rob said Dima had been physical in the past and was continuously verbally abusive. He said he slept with his door locked at night out of fear of Dima's reactions. When the deputy attempted to speak with Dima, he would not respond. The deputy explained the eviction process to Rob, as well as how to get an emergency protective order. Records do not show any pursuance of an eviction nor an emergency protective order against Dima. So that's 5. Now we're up to October 2020. So we go a year. October 2019, to October 2020, literally a year. Same day, October 22nd, 2019, October 22nd, 2020. He was arrested on DV charges. So this is the sixth one. Deputies were called to the home where a victim explained that Dima had pushed him across the kitchen. The victim had multiple wounds on his head and appeared to be bleeding. So now it's he. So I thought it was Jennifer that had gotten pushed. Now it seems like Robbie had gotten pushed here. The victim said Dima continued pushing and smacking him, at which time he attempted to call 911, but Dima smacked the phone out of his hands. He then punched the victim several times in the face and head. When speaking with the deputy, Dima claimed the victim had been mentally abusing his mother. Wow. He admitted to physically harming the victim, and probable cause was developed to place him under arrest. Court records showed Dima pled not guilty to the charges, and they were later dropped. So that's twice he's been arrested. That's twice he's been arrested. So he was arrested twice. He had 6 times he was called. Law enforcement were called on him. Wow. So, hey, Ken, good morning. Welcome on in. So 6 times law enforcement were called on him. Twice he was arrested. Only one of those times was something other than DV. It was with the BB gun. So, yeah, I'd say this kid has a history. Ann just says, I can't believe that the police did nothing to help them. Right? Lily Wayne, there were tons of red flags, but someone had to take action. They all needed help. Let's see, G. Stewie, I wonder if his hatred for the mom was because he lost his own mom and somehow resented her. Well, here, he's saying mom stood up for him. He's saying mom stood up for him. Denny Dawn, yeah, that's when you put into chat, right? He said in his interview that mom stood up for him, and here it's saying that he was protecting mom because dad was verbally abusive to her. So it seems like he's protecting mom. Sherlife says, they said he was sleeping with his door locked. I wonder if it was locked that night. Did Dima break into the bedroom, or did dad forget to lock it? Ugh. We won't know. We'll never know. We'll never know. Kathy, I still would like to know what happened to his birth mom. Yeah, good question. Sharon Kirkland, gosh, those parents tried so hard. Law enforcement definitely had the right to arrest him then. Scary having to lock your own bedroom door. I agree. Severe, Siggy and Mike, severe psychological unaddressed problems. In my opinion, red flags all over. Agreed. Denny Dawn, I think he broke into their bedroom or used one of those little keys to open the bedroom door. Sharon, question, I'm curious if Ukraine can extradite, or I'm curious, can Ukraine extradite him? I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work. Would they want to? Would they want to extradite him? Would they want to? Gordon, someone somewhere needs to accept responsibility. Danny Donnie stuck up for his mom. That's what I'm kind of sensing. Seems like he did stick up for his mom. So what was going on with that? Was it just like general teenage, male, struggling, fighting with their father figure, Sparkling Princess, if he has mental health, then defense better put that on, or that doesn't go towards this case for me. They're not. They said the only defense they're going to put on is him. And if they don't put him on, then they're going to arrest, and that's it. So, Nanar, Dima could have moved, but chose not to. I'm not saying that would be easy, but he could have gotten a job. Nanar, apparently he did have a job. He said he just came back from a 12-hour shift. I don't know what that was. I don't know. Yeah, Ukraine can be involved. I don't know. They may not want him. But I was thinking, hey, if you want to fight, you want to kill people, go fight, go fight over there. Yeah, Crunchy Frog, extradite for what? Yeah, committed the crime in the U.S., not the Ukraine. Biomom had passed. I know, we were trying to figure out what happened, though. What happened to her? 2016, he was adopted, so we're not sure when. Because he was in foster care then, so maybe, I don't know for how long he was in foster care. I just don't know. Hey, hola, how are you? Tired today? Gonna lurk and work? No problem. Arwen, he may have suffered neglect while in Ukraine. How old was he when mom passed? His mom? We don't know. That's the question. I don't know. I have no idea. We just don't know that. For those new coming in, be sure to take our poll. We have a poll going. Will Dima testify? We got 33% saying yes, 67% saying no. So be sure to take our poll if you're coming in. And hit the like button, please. Ali B, yeah, that was confusing because he said he didn't have a job at first, and then he said he worked 12 hours. Yeah, so not sure, right? Then he just deletes everyone he can, no matter who it is, Sparkling Princess says. I mean, I'm sure the army would take him. It seems like he wants to go kill people. I hate to be like that, but, you know. Karen says, am I mistaken? Didn't you say he was upset about what this country was doing? Could be wrong. Something along those lines. Yeah, it was BS what America was doing. Yeah, definitely something along those lines. He was sick and tired. He's basically a nobody. He's coming from nowhere. What else? He says it's BS. Hold on, let me try and find that. 2016 he was adopted. We know that. Oh, let me just type in Columbus. So mom's from Columbus, dad's from Massachusetts. We know he quit school. He quit high school in 10th grade. Surprised his parents didn't like what happened then. So he quit school in 10th grade. I'm trying to think about, sick and tired of putting up with the BS. Adopted from foster care. Real mother died. Family didn't want to put up with him. He was put in foster care. He said, F it. Yeah, it just seems like he's just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm just going to kill them and whatever. You know, like he's just completely just throwing away, just like he doesn't see a way out, you know, which is a shame because, he was fed up with this country and the BS it offered him, same as his parents. So he's fed up with this country and the BS it offered him. So there you go. Hey, Michelle. Since he is wanting second degree, I would hope he would testify to plea his case for the lower time of 40 years instead of life without parole. Aussie, I thought his lawyer said she died when he was about 5. Or maybe you're dreaming. I don't have that in my notes, Aussie, so I can't confirm or deny that. So if you heard that, you heard that, whether in a dream or not, I don't know. I do not have that in my notes, other than just his mom died when he was young. I don't have He was hard to hear, though. If you heard that, then good on you, but I did not. I did not catch that. Andriel says, is it his bio family didn't want to put up with him, or that they figured he'd have a better life in the U.S.? According to him, it was his biological family that didn't want to have anything more to do with him, that they just said they're done with him. So interpret that as you see fit. I don't know. Interpret that as you want to. Michelle, I realize this has been mentioned and asked. Wonder if he has been diagnosed with the condition. Yeah. We don't know. And if so, that would have been front and center. That would have been front and center for sure. Elizabeth Ann. He was young, but I don't remember him saying how old he was. Sorry. Yeah. Aussie Gardner. No worries. Yeah. Hey, if you heard it, like I said. Jenny Lynn, your notes and recollection is what counts, as the judge would say. And Mallory, yep, after his mom died, his family didn't want to deal with him, so they put him in foster care. Lily Wayne, Aussie, I kept thinking he was 4 when she passed. Let's see, Mrethia, I'm reading between the lines. Sherry, good to see you. Morning, have a lot of catching up. Please tell me when Devin will be on again. Maybe later today, depending on if they end at 3, then we'll stream yesterday's. We'll pick up on that. If they don't end today at 3, then we'll pick up Friday during Verdict Watch. So we'll dual stream. So either later today, Sherry, or tomorrow we'll pick back up on Devin, and then we'll hopefully finish her. I don't want to stream over the weekend, so I'm going to hopefully finish her before the weekend. Ken, I missed the Halloween trial. Who killed Auntie Bev? Super Ball. Super Ball was the killer. Trixie, Bio family not wanting anything to do with him speaks volumes. Maybe he had something to do with her death. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, Kathleen, maybe he wanted to go back to Ukraine to take out his anger on them next. He said he was trying to get to Orlando. He was trying to get to Orlando to take a ship. Now, Orlando's in the middle of the ocean, or middle of the land, so I'm not quite sure how that would have worked out. W. Williamson, he must have disliked them a lot to do this. I'm thinking so. Noto 37, he said he came here at 16, but I thought they adopted him at 14. 2016 is when he came, so he would have been 15. He came in 2016, so he would have been 15. I mean, they're all kind of, yeah, 2016 is when he came here. And so he would have been, he would have been 15, because he was born in 2001. So he would have been 15. Going on 16. Super Ball is free, Sharon. She's free and flapping around somewhere. I don't know where she is, but Super Ball is free. D.A. Jules set her free. D.A. Jules set her free. Let's see, Denny Dawn. On several, parents went on several mission trips to Ukraine and eventually adopted Dima. Biological mother died when he was a child, and biological father abandoned him at an orphanage. Right, so how old? Trixie, not Super Ball. Yes. Super Ball's innocent. Sherry, yes. I don't know where she is. She's floating around somewhere. Hey, Kelly, Bio family possibly must have had issues with him, same as adopted parents. Yeah, who knows? We don't know. Awesome Potamus. The jury found Super Ball not guilty by jury nullification. Munch says he looks so little in some of those pictures. Yeah, well, he was born in 2001, and if they adopted him in 2016, then he was 15, 14, 15. So maybe he was 14 going on 15. So that makes sense. So that makes sense then that he was 14 because he was born in September 1st. So he was 14 about to turn 15. Ed says he probably would have flown into Orlando and very nearby is Port Canaveral where ships leave. He was driving, Ed, so he would have driven. He would have driven himself there, and then I guess taken a what do you call it? Shuttle. I guess they shuttle people over then. cats looking at what? What are the cats looking at from the door? I don't see them. Gretchen, unpopular opinion. Adopting is also about fulfilling the needs of the adoptive parents, not solely selfless. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, right? You're not going to adopt a kid if you don't want to do it. I could see that. No justice for Auntie Bev. Did Super Bowl win the appeal? There was no reason to appeal. DA Jules dropped the charges, so Super Bowl was never in confinement. Willow Johnson, Super Bowl is free. She was never in confinement. Gee, Stewie, Houdini helped Super Bowl escape. Nice one. We need to clear Super Bowl's name. It is. Her name is clear. Let's see. You listened to the defense opening statement. Audio is perfect. All he said his mother passed away when he was very, very young. Well, we heard the defense. Yeah, the audio's been fine. Are you talking about his interrogation, Sherry? Are you talking about his interrogation? If that's the case, then we'll play that again. Let me see. Let me try and find that. We can play that for a half an hour. Did they clear it up? Let me see what you're talking about here. All right, would have been yesterday. Let's. All right, how good or bad is this?
Yeah. So, so he just has to read this to you. A lot of things could happen. What happened when she ran out? Did she go out the front door? Did you close the door behind her, or did you? I told her to get back inside.
Yeah, audio doesn't sound any better on Court TV.
We decided on that question. How do you write the mind? He was just talking. So we'd like you to have your side of the story and see what happened. It's too complicated. Well, I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't sound any better. Hey, Peggy, catching up late, but YouTube won't let me play any faster. Still behind yesterday. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, CJ says, I saw that somewhere, can't remember where, but Chris will know. All right, G. Stewie asked a question. Let's see. Where's G. Stewie? What was your question? Why am I not seeing it? Hey, Jags girl. Good to see you. Missy Russell, good to see you. G. Stewie, I'm not seeing your question. Or Foster, where's your question? The openings, okay, yeah, no, openings were good. We heard the openings pretty well. BLP, good morning, good morning. Teresa, did anyone figure out whether he argued a lot with the parents because I couldn't understand them? It seems like he says he did. He said they argued a lot. He did say that. And mom would stand up for him. He did say they argued a lot. Denny Don says, I visited New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Maine, eating lobster, toasting marshmallows, touring Salem, and having cookouts in the beautiful temperature. Janet, we don't hear anything about professional help for him. I think that was needed. Yeah, no, you're right. Willow Johnson with a question. Do people receive money from adopting children overseas? I do not know that. I don't know that. Hey, young black economist. Good to see you. Seems like they did so much for him and with him. Denny Dawn. Yep, I agree. Does seem like it. Ambi D, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see if you can do parents receive money for adopting overseas child? No, parents do not receive money for adopting an overseas child. In fact, they must pay thousands of dollars for the process. However, there are financial benefits, like the adoptive tax credit and grants from organizations that can help offset the cost. So you don't get money, but you can get tax credits. You can get tax credits, apparently. Well, not apparently, but yes, yeah. Anytime you have a kid, for sure. No problem. Ambi D, good to see you. They used up their savings. Yep, that's what we read. Sherry M, if they spent their whole life savings, then I doubt they got any money to adopt him, right? Mallory, they said they spent their life savings to adopt him. Arwen, so did they meet him on one of their missions? It seems like it. It seems like it. That's what I think, Denny Dawn, I think you said that. And they still took him on vacations? Sure. Let's see. Denny Dawn says, Rhines claimed that the alleged are not the first time Towers attacked his adoptive parents, alleging that his nephew called the police 3 years ago after the Ukrainian left him with a black eye. BFM cookies, yeah, they get tax credit for sure. Sure. Andrea, help offset the cost. It's like $400. I just finished tax certification. Yikes. Now in my Googling here, it said 2025, the maximum credit is $17,280 and is partially refundable. So the federal government offers a tax credit that can help with qualified adoptive expenses. I don't know. Maximum credit is $17,280. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not a tax person, so I'm not going to opine upon that. I'm just going by what's being said there. Let's see. BFM Cookies. You received tax credits for 5 years when you adopted in 2000. Sharon, yes. Jennifer's obituary was beautiful. G. Stewie. So it was on one of their missions they met. That was my question. I think so. From what I've read, it seems like it, or what Denny Dawn, I think, was posted. Does anyone in an orphanage automatically mean you're willing to be adopted? Sure is different everywhere. I would think so. Why else would you, right? I would think. Isn't that part of going to an orphanage, is to be adopted? I don't know, Andrea. I don't know. It said 17,000. 17,000. Here, I'll post it. So you can see it's not 1,700, 17,000. Again, this is just a rough Google, so again, I don't know, Andrea, but this is what a rough Google search pulls up. Federal government offers a tax credit, 2025 maximum credit is 17,280. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying anything other than that's what a quick Google search pulled up. So I'm not going to opine on that, whether it's right or wrong. It's just what came up. All right. I did, Sharon. I read it. Yeah, it's really nice. It is. It's very beautiful. Jennifer obituary. Yeah, it is very nice. I read it earlier. That's where I found out she's from Columbus. From her unassuming beginnings, she grew into a woman who would wear multiple hats: paralegal, business owner, and realtor. So she began as a realtor. She started her own business. She loved bird watching, quite the animal lover. Yeah. It's sad. She was a woman who found joy in the simplest things and created a warm, heartfelt space wherever she went. But what she cherished most was her family, her extended family of friends, church, and community. It's nice. Yeah. It's a shame. But Lulu says, you adopted 2 children from Lima. The total cost $50,000. Had to sell your house. Wow. Willow Johnson. Okay, anyone from overseas in chat? I'm putting myself up for adoption. Old lady with cat. That's funny. That is funny. See, Denny Dawn says, I think they went to Ukraine and maybe visited the orphanages and saw him, but I didn't see in the article if that's when they got him. I think they wanted to save him from the orphanage. Well, that one photo we showed, that was them in Kyiv, so that was when he got adopted. Do we have any takers for Willow? Any takers for Willow Johnson? Old lady with a cat. Up for adoption. Oh my gosh. Betsy, yeah, basically, yeah, they finished their charging conference at like 9:30 and 11 o'clock, the jury's coming in. So another 20 minutes or so. Top of the hour, they're going to get started again. Lazy boys, my cat might put me up for adoption, doesn't think I feed him enough. Right? Old lady with a cat. Do we have any takers? Old lady, going once, going twice. Ken's always available for adoption. Any sugar mamas out there? We got old lady with a cat and Ken, going once, going twice. Mary, I can't imagine he will take the stand. I can't imagine he will take the stand, but at the same time, he has nothing to lose. That's kind of what I'm going with. Rentia, we'll be right back. Trixie, you are welcome to come over here, South Florida, if you don't mind. 3 kids, 3 cats, and a dog. Amanda says you will take her. Sold. We have a taker, Amanda. Oh, that's funny. All right, Willow, you and Amanda. Let's see. So Denny Dawn, unable to have children on their own, they decided to adopt the diminutive boy as a 14-year-old despite his wrenching past. Arwen, after peaking in 2004, the annual number of international adoptions in the United States has fallen by 94%. Wow. Huh. As of 2023, according to the most recent available stats. Allie B wants to be adopted by Joanne because of the yummy dinners. Oh, Willow. Aussie says, Joanne says she'll adopt you. There you go. Joanne Jedi Platypus. You and Mr. Jedi will adopt Willow. Yes, Joe Schmo is here. I have crazy internet problems at the moment. Don't worry. Allie can clean, Joanne. Does that work for you? Because Joanne wants to know if she receives tax credits for you. Cleaning is a big thing. Cleaning would be a big thing. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and I shall return momentarily. I'll put on some music for you guys. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, so we're waiting for live trial to come back, top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern. So another 10 minutes or so. The jury is supposed to show up at around 11. So, seems like it, Willow Johnson, yeah, it seems like they were, according to their obituaries, they were heavily involved in their community churches. So yes, I would have to say that. You're welcome, Ken. No problem. Erin pulls up all the music, so she creates all the music. So I'm glad you like it. Perry, good morning from Berkeley. Thank you for joining us. Willow asks, was the child in counseling? Not that we know of. We haven't heard anything. That's where the defense would come in and say, here's an evaluation, all this stuff. But no, they're not going to offer anything, which is sad. Mary says, Dima doesn't appear to have been suffering from self-loathing, or he would have offed himself. It's rage. He said he just has rage. So where do you put that rage? Sharon, most kids at 18 want to be on their own. I know I did anyway. Sharon TH says the winners, you can add them. I'm missing part of that. Jenny G, he was an adult at this time and parents tried getting him help and the system failed. BFM cookies, chocolate chip. Yes, I will definitely take you up on that. Let's see, Noto in a cage. All right, I missed your first part. What did you say, in a cage? All right, not seeing the rest of that. Jennifer King, 8-ball. Can Missy retire? Sorry, Missy. Doesn't look like you're retiring today. Super Bowl might have something to say about that, though. Can Missy retire? Yep, nope. Oh, it's a song. I gotcha. All right, wait, let me go back to what did you say then? Oh, in a cage. Okay. It's cold enough for flannel, that's for sure. Teresa. I had socks on earlier and I took them off. I need to put them back on. Although we're supposed to be in the 70s today. It's going to be a nice rebound. MLC, good morning to you. So glad to hang here this morning. Much needed. Live trial should be starting in about another 5 to 6 minutes. So top of the hour. So 11 o'clock for us here on the East Coast. Top of the hour. Jury is scheduled to be coming in. Sparkling. It's 50 degrees here, which is cold to me. Yeah, it was. We were pretty chilly this morning, but it's warming up nicely. It's already. Yeah, it was 58. Now it's 68. So, all right. Looks like they're coming back. All right. Looks like they are coming back in. So I'm going to go ahead and. Well, let's see. I think they're going to start at 11. So we have 2 witnesses to get through. The law enforcement still, and then the medical examiner. Hey, Fanny, good to see you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. It does look like they are back. Well, partially. We still have, I think 11 o'clock is when we'll get started. So another few minutes. Ankle restraints. He did look like he was walking weird, right, Gordon? Kind of looked like he was, like I could see. It would not surprise me if he had ankle restraints. $68 at the beach in California. Very nice. Yeah, what did I say? Yeah, it's 68 here too. And sun, clear blue. Just clear blue. Sparkling Princess, he had ankle restraints yesterday. You saw that? Yeah, I didn't notice that. Well, that's not too bad, JMS 48. That's not too bad, right? Considering it was a lot chillier a few days ago. Sparkling Princess, yeah, at one point when they zoomed out, oh, what's going on, Jenny G? Did you lose somebody? Oh, your husband was adopted. Mother couldn't have children. She adopted him at birth. The bond was strong. She left this world in September. Been an adjustment for our entire family. I'm sorry to hear that. That's still pretty fresh. Gina, it snowed in Maine yesterday. Yeah, I was getting photos from my family, my friends from Ohio about all the snow that fell 2 days ago, I think. I think it was 2 days ago. They sent, like, on Tuesday. Sherry, I don't think he likes the camera on him all the time. Remember that look he gave yesterday? Remember yesterday he gave the camera a look. He kind of looked back on it. Janet, I hope he does testify and tells us his story. It'd be nice. It would be nice. His hair looks darker than younger days. That happens, right? I was much more blonde when I was younger. The older I get, the darker my hair gets. Jenny, she lived with us for the last decade. We really miss her. Aww. Her birthday is this weekend, so we are celebrating her first year without her. That's tough. I know that feeling. I know that feeling, Jenny, so I know that feeling. It's never easy. JRN needs a hug. Nanar says it snowed on Monday here in New York. So maybe that's when it was. Maybe it was Monday. Anyway. There you go, JRN. Getting some hugs. Jenny G's getting some hugs. Hugs all around. Hugs for those that need it. Joanne, it's 63. Almost warm enough to take off your Ugg boots and fur coat. I should have more clothes on. 67 in the office. 68 outside. 69 now. It's actually warmer outside than it is inside. All right, looks like we got some action here. Okay, that was weird. Judge is coming in. He takes off. Like, what the heck? What the heck? Judge was just coming in and then he just took off. The judge was coming in. So he took off as the judge was coming in. What the heck? Like he left and then the judge was coming in. That was I thought it was rise for the jury too, but it was actually the judge was coming in. What the heck? No, JMS, it was the judge was coming in. He took off into the other room or whatever, and then they panned over and the judge was just coming in. So we have no idea what's going on. Yeah, it was very weird. Yeah, they stand up and then he talks to his lawyer and then he walks off and then the judge comes in. What a strange case we have here. I do not have my socks on. Just to answer your question, JRN. No, I should have socks on. I had them on earlier and then I took them off. I should have them on again. Well, it's warming up. It's going to be like, it's warming up. No, G. Stewie, he didn't charge the judge. No, he walked off. He walked into the other room through the door. No charging of judge. Sharon, maybe he has to get sick. Nervous bladder. Who knows? Right? Had to powder his nose. I don't know. It's not like we haven't been off for the last hour and a half. JRN, have you seen any iguanas on the ground stunned by the cold weather? Not here. We don't have iguanas here. We have lizards, but I have. When we lived down south, I remember walking our boys. We had 2 Jack Russells, Iggy and Sagan, and I was walking them one morning. I heard a, I'm like, what? And I turned around and there was an iguana that fell out of the tree, smacked on the sidewalk. So yeah, I've witnessed it before, but no, we have lizards here, but no iguanas. Joanne says, I need tabby socks to wear with your flip-flops. All right, I don't know what's a tabby sock. T-A-B-I. What's a tabby sock? Oh, gotcha. Like a little split thing? Uh-huh. When I was a kid, that was like one of my favorite things was to get my sisters those socks with the toes and all different colors. I probably did that for like 3 or 4 years. I thought those were the coolest things. Socks with toes in them. Toe socks. Let's see. And Richard, can anyone else tag Chris? Suddenly I can't. Don't know, Richard. I'll tag you. There. I tagged you. I don't know if that will help. Try rebooting if not, Richard. I guess try rebooting. I know there's been some problems before. You can't either, Sherry? Try rebooting, you guys. Foot gloves. Yes, Joanne, foot gloves. There, see? JRN tag on it. Sparkling Princess can. C. Gilmore, our mailmen wear shorts all year round, not myth. Oh, in Florida? Yeah, South Florida, for sure. Hey, I would wear pants maybe twice a year, 2 or 3 times a year. It was shorts, it's always shorts. Because it only would get to like 60, you know? Kimber's can. All right, so some of you guys can, some of you guys can't. I know that happened to us before, but that was because I didn't tag people. So I don't know. Sparkling Princess, your son wears shorts almost all year round. Yeah, when I was in South Florida, Fort Lauderdale and West Palm, I think I wore pants maybe 2, 3 times a year. When it would be like 55, we'd be like, woo, put on some pants. Because mostly it's like 65 would be the lows, you know. You don't need to wear. And we were like a mile from the ocean, so it was always just so mild. Richard, your nephew works for a post office. He wears shorts no matter what. Really? Even. Well, where is your uncle? There, Nanar got me as well. Yes, Denny Dawn. Yes, there was a bailiff. Yeah. I know G. Stewie to have an insider in the courtroom to find out what happened. How many shorts do I own? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8 that I can think of. Skybell, I would die here. Why is it cold? Shorts in Dallas, it's going to be 82 tomorrow. Even in the 20s, Richard? That's just... Oh, Cindy, you're in Michigan? Your husband wears shorts all year round? Even when he goes outside to shovel? Do you have to shovel snow? I can't imagine somebody would be... Really, Houdini? Ugh. Really, dude? I wish you guys could see this. Come on. Stop it. Munchkin, come here. All right. Good girl. Houdini's getting all crazy. Crazy. MLC, barbecue iguana seems like it'd be pretty tough. People do it, though. Jenny, I have a friend who won't wear anything but shorts, even on the coldest days here in New York. I tell him he's crazy. Again, do you guys go out and shovel snow in the cold? Oh, Skybell, you're waiting for snow? Yeah. Houdini is being naughty. Gee, Stewie. She's being kitty. So she was up the blue Post-it on the computer here. She was on the other side chewing it. Yeah. That noise was a cat being naughty. That noise was a cat knocking over a speaker. Houdini's up to no good. That's what she's up to no good. She's Houdini. Gordon's forever in blue jeans. Jenny, yes, he does. He chops firewood. He heats his house with a wood stove. And he goes out and he shovels snow and he chops firewood with his shorts. That's dedication. We'll call it that. We'll say he's dedicated to why? Why does he wear? See, Gilmore, you have snowball fights with your neighbors. We use snow blowers. That's funny. There are dudes who wear them in the winter and snow, Sharon says. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I did know one person up in New York that would wear shorts all the time, but not for me. At JMS, I used to love snow in winter when I was younger. I have a strong dislike for it now. I I like the cold. I'm not. I think we were talking about this earlier. Like the holiday season, I love the snow and cold. But once it gets to like, January 2nd, that's pretty much when I'm like, all right, give me the sunshine, give me the. I'm done with the cloudy weather, and give me the sunshine and green. And Teresa, your son used to go sledding in shorts. That is so funny. That is so funny. Denny Don, we want to know what's happening. I felt he was acting a little strange this morning. Let me go to another channel. Maybe we can get a courtroom insider from somewhere. Oh, hold on. Let me see here. Is there anything going on here? I don't know. Not really seeing anything on other feeds. Yeah, not sure what's going on. Lola's mom. Hello. Our mailmen have bets every year who wears the shorts the longest. Two never wore pants, only shorts, even during snowstorms. Yikes. Hey, Kelly, your husband grew up in Florida but lives in Pennsylvania. Awadi, how are you? Speed watching with your coffee, and now you're all caught up. Thank you for joining us. Kittens are getting acting up now. All right, Jenny, you're going to go lurk for a while. Sending a love to everyone. Thank you, Jenny. I honestly don't know what's happening. Right at 11 o'clock, he stood up, walked into the other room just as the judge was coming back. I have no idea. No idea what's going on. Thank you for that. Thank you for being part of our chat. Appreciate that, Awadi. Kitties are definitely being kitties. They got something. Hold on, I'll be back. All right. Well, if he comes back with a plea deal, if he accepts it, well, no, the state the defense wanted 40 years in manslaughter. The state said, nope, life. So, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the state rejected the plea deal because the defense said we'll take 40 years in manslaughter, and the state said no, it has to be life. That was at jury selection. That was on Monday. Don't know, Nan. Did he go to the judge's room or somewhere else? To me, he just walked out the side. He walked out the side. There was a bailiff with him. He talked to his lawyer. He walks off the side, and then the judge was coming out, because the camera panned over and the judge was just coming out, and then the camera panned up to the seal, and that's where we stand. Well, let's hope, Teresa, let's hope he didn't go. Let's hope he didn't go get the nice. G. Stewie, can the state change their mind? I think so. I think the state can change their mind any time, as far as I know. Yeah, if it was a plea deal type thing, his lawyer would have gone with him. True. That's true. He could have told, Richard says he could have told his attorney he needs to tell him something. I know, Ken. We need answers. We need answers. I don't even know if somebody in the court would know what's going on. All right, let me just come over here, see if there's anything going on here. Not really seeing anything over here. Yeah, I really don't know. I have no idea what's happening right now. But I know they came in. He came in, everything was cool. They stand up. He says something to his attorney. His attorney, he walks off with a bailiff. Bailiff opens the door. They go into the side room with two sheriffs. They pan over. Judge is coming out of the door, and they go up to the seal. It was like 15 minutes ago now. I honestly have no idea. Oops, yeah, hold on. Yeah, Kelly, yeah. Yeah, he just walked off, officers behind him. Right, Kelly, and then as they panned over, the judge was just coming out, and then they went up to the seal. So I don't know. All right, going back to our poll, will Dima testify? 30% say no, 70%, I'm sorry, excuse me, 70% say no, 30% say yes. So if you haven't had a chance yet, please go ahead and take our poll. I'll end it in a minute. Give it another few minutes. Yeah, they all stood up, JMS, and I don't know. Geez, Dewey, yeah, nothing major happened. Seemed like they stood up for the judge coming, and then he just walks off, right? Mentia, yeah, very strange. Coming back, okay.
May be seated. Bring Mr. Tower.
Please come in. Seriously transferring the property.
No, I'm cold inside. I don't know if you thought it was warm.
Airport.
Cool.
All right, so I was like a minute or so behind, but now we are totally caught up. All right, here he comes.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the defendant, Mr. Tower, prosecutors, defense attorney. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think we have the state, your FDLE expert. After this witness, we're going to adjourn for lunch. We'll come back afterwards with Dr. Vega. Is that right?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Let's bring the jurors in.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a nice evening. The witness arrived, so we're ready to proceed. All right, State, please call your next witness.
State calls Charlene Webster.
Stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, well, you will bring my name up that way.
Morning. State, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Webster.
Hello.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Charlene Webster. Last name is spelled W-E-B-S-T-E-R.
How are you employed, Miss Webster?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Tampa Bay Regional Operations Center in the biology section.
How long have you worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Since December of 2009.
Will you tell the members of the jury about your formal education, please?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology and a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from the University of Miami. I also hold a Master of Science in Pharmacy with a concentration in Forensic DNA and Serology from the University of Florida.
Thank you. Will you also tell us a little bit about the duties and responsibilities of a senior crime lab analyst?
Yes. As an analyst, I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I also examine them for any skin cells that may be present from items that may have been handled, touched, or worn. I will take samplings of those items of evidence to try to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to the DNA profiles of known individuals that are believed to be involved in the case. I will put a statistical weight if I'm able to do that and produce a report.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic blueprint for life, and it makes us who we are. Your DNA profile is unique, except in the case of identical twins. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and the other half from your biological father. Your DNA is found all throughout your body, so except for mature red blood cells, and your DNA doesn't change over your life. So the DNA I would find in your hair would be the same DNA I would expect to find in your blood.
What method of DNA analysis do you use up at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's office in Tampa?
We use STR testing, which stands for short tandem repeats. And STRs are just small segments that are found throughout the DNA. The number of times those repeating segments are observed varies from individuals. And as I mentioned earlier, since you get half from your mother and half from your father, the number of repeats you get from each person would vary. That process is done in 4 steps. So what I'm going to try to do in the first step is I'm going to take that sample of the evidence and I'm going to place it in a tube. I'm going to add some liquid and some heat, and the purpose of that is just to try to break open those cells so they can release the DNA so I can see what's available to me. The second step is then now to make many copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm actually looking at. And I'm trying to make those copies so that way I can get a better idea of the DNA profile. The third step is now, the second step I misspoke was determining how much DNA I actually have present. Once I open up those cells, how much DNA is available to me. The third step is making millions of copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm looking at. And then the last step is just separating those copied DNA by size, so that way I end up with peaks on a graph, much like an EKG. And those peaks are your DNA profile for each of the 21 areas of the DNA I'm looking at.
Right. That method that you just described, short tandem repeat, is that supported in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
By published scientific literature?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your lab in Tampa, is it accredited?
Yes, we are.
With whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Okay. And as an individual crime laboratory analyst, do you have some sort of continuing education or accreditation that you have to do personally?
Yes, I do have to do 16 hours of continuing education each calendar year. In addition, I do have to take what's called a proficiency test twice a year. A proficiency test is just a scenario-based test that's given to me from an outside agency. I know I'm being tested, but I don't know the results of the test. Once I receive the samples, I will take the samples from start to finish just as I would any other case working sample using our standard operating procedures. Once I get my results, I submit it to the testing agency, who then ensures that my results are consistent with theirs, and they will report that back to ANAB, our accrediting body, and to FDLE as well.
When was the last proficiency test that you undertook?
Earlier this year, and I passed it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. How do you talked about your protocols. How do you ensure that the results that you achieve in your laboratory are correct? How do you know that you're getting the correct results? What steps do you take?
We have controls that are run with all of our samples. So as I mentioned earlier, as a part of that STR process, that I took a sample of the item of evidence to do through the 4 steps. Well, I'm also going to do that with what's called a reagent blank. So it's just an empty tube, and everything that happens to my sample happens to that tube through all 4 steps of the STR process. That's called a negative control, and that just ensures that no outside DNA is being introduced into the samples. In addition, there's also a positive control that's run through the samples to just ensure that all of the reagents are performing and the instruments are performing the way that they should and producing the expected results that is received from that positive control.
Right. As an analyst, do you maintain neutrality when you are working with items that have been submitted to you by various agencies and throughout the testing process?
Yes.
Why is it important for you to maintain a neutral attitude about the evidence that comes into you for testing?
When I receive the evidence, I don't know what to expect as a result, so I'm just going to conduct my testing as I would with every other item that's similar. I'm going to send it through the same process, of course not to be biased in any way, just to perform it and to try to get any DNA profiles that may be usable in the case.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier about statistical analysis is used as part of the procedure for ultimate DNA analysis. Do you have specialized training in statistics?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the training that you've received in statistics?
So I took statistics as a part of my master's class. In addition to during the training program at FDLE, we are trained on the statistic that we perform, which is currently likelihood ratio. In addition to the training that I received from FDLE, the members of the program that we use also did a 2-week statistical training class on the system, and so I did get that training as well.
Does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement use a particular database as part of your statistical analysis?
Yes, we do.
Can you explain a little bit about that database, please?
The database we use is developed from, the National Institutes of Standard and Technology. That database was published in the Forensic Science International Journal of Forensics in 2013, and basically that database contains DNA profiles from random people who were samples that were purchased, and the DNA types that were observed there are just telling me how common or how rare a particular allele or DNA type may be observed in the general population across 3 ethnicities. The ethnicities we look at are Caucasian, Hispanic, and African American, as those are the 3 common ethnicities found in the state of Florida.
Okay. Why do you use a numerical weight or a statistical weight as part of the DNA analysis?
We add a statistical weight to a sample that is a match, which means that I compared a single source or profile from one individual to a known individual, or an inclusion where I'm comparing an individual to what's called a mixture, where that's from 2 or more individuals. It gives a statistical weight as to how common or how rare, given the DNA evidence, how likely it is to see that DNA evidence how likely it is to see that that DNA evidence given the profile that is observed let me rephrase that. The statistical weight gives I'm looking at the DNA profile and I'm comparing a known individual to the profile, either to a single source or a mixture. It just gives weight as to how common or how rare that DNA profile may be observed. Sorry.
Okay. Essentially, does that allow you to put into perspective the results as to how much of that person's DNA is in that particular sample?
It's actually just saying it's comparing 2 different scenarios and giving a weight. It's comparing how likely that DNA profile could be from the person of interest, or an unknown individual. So it's not telling me that that person is actually in the profile. It's just telling me what is the likelihood that the evidence could be from the person of interest versus an unknown individual.
All right, thank you. Now, have you ever testified in court with regard to DNA analysis?
Yes.
How many times, approximately, Ms. Webster?
Probably about 50-ish.
Okay. And can you give us an idea of where in the state of Florida you've given testimony on DNA?
I've gone as high as Tallahassee, and I've gone as further south as Fort Myers, where we have our different regions. So any of the courthouses in between there, I've probably touched on a few of them.
All right, great. Now, I want to ask you about how, as an FDLE analyst, how do you determine or examine an item of evidence to know if there is blood on that item? Can you explain that process to us?
Yes, if I'm examining an item of evidence, I'm going to look at it to see if it has red-brown staining that may be possibly present, as that's somewhat characteristics of what a blood stain would look like. If I observe red-brown staining on the item, I'm going to perform what's called a presumptive test, which is just a chemical change test that tells me whether or not blood is probably present, but it possibly isn't. I cannot confirm that it is blood, but I can say that blood is possibly present. That color change test takes a clear liquid and it turns pink if blood is possibly present.
Okay. Did you receive known samples in this particular case of the defendant Dima Tower and also Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
In what forms did you receive those known samples, Ms. Webster?
I received a buccal swab from Dima Tower, and I received a blood stain card from Robbie Tower and a blood stain card from Jennifer Tower.
Okay. Now, as to the buccal swab from Dima Tower, did you obtain a complete DNA profile for Dima Tower?
Yes, I did.
And as to the blood stain cards, did you obtain complete DNA profiles for both Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so did you also receive items of evidence, or did your lab receive items of evidence from the Northport Police Department?
Yes, we did.
Can you please tell the members of the jury, and without going through the entire list, if you could just tell us about items 6.1 and 7.8.
May I refer to my notes?
You may, if it would help to refresh your recollection.
Item 6.1 is described as a DNA sample that was taken from the knife blade.
Okay, and 6.1, was that derived from a kitchen knife?
Yes.
Thank you. And then as to item 7.8, can you tell us what that item of evidence is?
Item 7.8 is described as a DNA sample from knife 6's handle.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, speaking specifically of those two items, 6.1, the knife blade, and 7.8, the knife handle, and those are from two distinct knives.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Did FDLE test those items?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you please explain the initial results of that test?
Item 6 is the kitchen knife did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. That means I did that presumptive color change test that I described earlier, and there was a color change for pink. So the results that it gave chemical indications for blood.
All right. And what about 7.8? Just as to the blood, the serology.
Yes. So There was, I also did obtain, there was chemical indications for the presence of blood on item 7.8 as well.
Thank you. Now let's go back to 6.1. Once you found the chemical indications for the presence of blood on that knife blade, what was the next step in the analysis?
After that, I would have taken there was a sampling taken of the knife handle and the blade, and then the samples would have been placed in a tube that I described earlier and taken through that 4-step process as I described it in order to try to develop a DNA profile for each of those items.
Okay. And what were the DNA results that you obtained from the knife blade, item 6.1?
So for item 6.1, the knife blade, the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Okay, and were you able to determine of any of those donors in that particular item, 6.1, the knife blade?
I was able to include Dima Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 61,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Dima Tower and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
Okay, were you also given an indication of one of the other donors in that mixture?
I was able to include Robbie Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
Okay, so if we can break that down just into layperson's language, can you just simplify that for the members of the jury?
As I mentioned in the statistic, and it's giving away, the type of statistic I'm giving you is called a likelihood ratio, and it's comparing 2 opposing hypotheses. So it's comparing whether or not the person of interest could be given the DNA profile, the person of interest could be the donor of the profile versus if an unknown individual could be the donor of the evidence profile observed. In this case, I'm giving weight to whether or not, for the evidence, if Dima Tower is included, the likelihood for the DNA profile is approximately 67,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from him versus non-related individual. I'm giving weight more to each of those scenarios, and it's on a sliding scale. So if a likelihood ratio of 1 just means that it's neutral. It doesn't give weight to either one of those scenarios. As you get higher above 1, the number 1, it gives weight more to my first scenario of the person of interest being the possible donor of that DNA profile. As it gets lower from 1, it's stating that it's supporting more of that second hypothesis, or that an unknown individual is the one that donated that DNA profile.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the knife handle from 7.8, the other knife, the second knife. Can you please tell us about the results after you did your analysis, Ms. Wester?
The DNA results for item 7.8 demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors to the mixture, that data wasn't interpretable. So I'm only making comparisons to the major DNA profile. This major DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Robbie Tower. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower than from an unrelated individual.
Thank you. Now, I just want to ask you a question regarding this particular evidence. So these knives were in a kitchen, and presumably they were used by all the members of the family at any given time. The family members being Robbie Tower, Jennifer Tower, and Dima Tower. So what distinguishes the DNA that you found on these two knives? What's the distinction? Is it because you found chemical indications for the presence of blood as opposed to touch DNA?
Objection leading?
Yeah, let's try not to be so leading in your question.
Thank you.
Do you understand the question as a general concept? Can you explain touch DNA versus blood DNA? Okay, I think that's the question.
Please.
Yes. So blood DNA from blood, blood is as a body fluid in general would produce more DNA or leave more DNA behind than just touching an item. However, I can't say in this case as to which one those came from, as the knives may have been handled as stated by everyone throughout the family. I can't state whether or not the DNA is exclusively from blood or from epithelial cells.
Thank you. But based upon your analysis, were there chemical indications for the presence of blood on both knives?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. May I have a moment, please?
Amen.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, yourself.
All right. So when you're examining these items of evidence, you examine essentially what's submitted, right?
Correct.
You don't go to the individual law enforcement headquarters and pick and choose what they give to you.
That is correct.
All right. So if they give you, for example, an actual physical knife, you would go through and do all of the swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct.
If they don't give you the physical knife, they just give you whatever the swabs are, you test from the swabs, correct?
Correct.
So you're entirely at the discretion of what is submitted to you as far as what gets tested.
Correct.
All right. And that system is automated, correct?
What do you mean by automated?
I mean, you don't go in and with like a pair of tweezers and pull out DNA, right?
No, I don't use a tweezer to go in. I do the process that we described.
Right. It's automated through machinery, right?
Yes. There are some hands-on portions, but yes, there are some machinery that helps with that.
And the peaks and valleys are essentially computer-generated results, correct?
Correct.
All right. The statistical analysis that you do has changed since you started in 2009, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And it used to be that you would give numbers like 1 in 15 and make like sounding like really horrible made up numbers for a statistical analysis, correct? And you'd have to count the number of zeros to describe the number?
Yes, we still do that. They're still big numbers now.
Okay. But it sounds to me like you said that the 2 times that you discovered Robbie Tower's DNA, that statistical likelihood was 700 billion times more likely, correct?
I stated that it's greater than 700 billion times more likely.
Okay. And then for the one instance where you indicated that you found Dima Tower in a mixture, it was 67,000, correct?
Approximately 61,000.
Okay. I think you said both 61 and 67, so it's 61?
It's 61,000.
Okay. And that's obviously closer to zero than 700 billion, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're talking about a mixture, correct?
Yes, for both samples.
And using the statistical analysis the way that you do, if you were to use a separate database than the one that you use, would you expect similar or different results?
Objection calls for speculation.
Would you be speculating, or do you know the answer to that?
I generally know the answer to that.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer it.
It would be slightly different, but I wouldn't expect there to be more than a tenfold difference.
Right. So back when you're talking about the big, huge numbers, if we're talking 700 billion, the tenfold difference would be 70 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
State any redirect of the witness.
Did you find blood on those two knives?
Yes, I did find the indications for blood, yes.
Okay. And in addition, did you also find DNA from Robbie Tower and Dima Tower?
I was able to include Robbie Tower and Dima Tower on item 6.1.
And is that the bottom line of your report? In the most simplistic reductionist terms, is that the bottom line of your report?
Those are the results of my reporting, yes.
Thank you very much.
Is the witness free to step down?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, you may step down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Folks, as you recall when we talked about scheduling, this is the witness this morning. The next witness is not available till 1 o'clock. So let's see, it's 11:51. Is an hour enough for you folks for lunch? I see the jurors say that's fine. Does that work for the parties?
It does, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's start back up to...
Dr. Vega is 1:15. Let's make it 1:15. Sorry.
1:15, okay? We'll see everybody at 1:15, okay? Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Have a nice lunch. Remember, do not discuss anything with each other, and don't observe, read, watch anything related to this case, okay? Everybody stand, jurors exiting. At 1:15, Mr. Gilman, if you hour, I think the state you're going to rest after Dr. Vega? All right, so at that point, we'll need to know whether Mr. Tower is going to testify or not, okay? Okay, have a good lunch, everyone.
All right, so the bottom line of that, blood was Robbie and Dima. So Dima's blood was on that. No Jennifer, though, right? Where's Jennifer's blood? All right, so 342 votes. Will Dima testify? 69 say no, 31% say yes. So we're going to hear from the medical examiner at 1:15, and then we're going to find out, will he testify or not? Will he testify or not? So let me just put my scroller up here. So we have 1:15. So 1:15. Court is at lunch until 1:15. So depending on if he testifies or not, we'll do Devin Michaels afterwards. So if he testifies, then no, we won't. But if he doesn't testify, then we'll do Devin Michaels afterwards, which would be yesterday. So the plan is if they end at 3, because yesterday Devin was only like 4 hours, so we could do a stream from like 3:30 to 7:30. We can definitely get Devin in. So depends on if he testifies. If they end at 3 o'clock or so, we'll go ahead and we'll do Devin. All right. So all that being said, I'm going to grab a quick lunch myself. We'll feed the kittens. We'll play some music for you guys. Charlene Webster. Basically, the bottom line was blood was Robbie and Dima's. And again, where was Jennifer's? Where was Jennifer's blood? Don't know. All right, Tammy. Yeah, it's because of the witnesses. The witnesses are lining up in such a way that this is just the way it is today, unfortunately. Michael, yeah, you're going to go when the defense is presenting the case. The rest of the prosecution case is a little boring. Yep, we're going to get caught up. We'll get caught up to you, Michael. We'll get caught up to you. Certainly by Monday, we'll be caught up. And please consider calling in when you do go. We would love to have you call in. That would be cool. All right, I'm going to break. I'm going to have lunch. We're going to feed kittens and play some music for you guys. And we'll see you guys in about an hour. Let me put on some music here for you.
said, stupid, you look like you could use a friend. And stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then stupid said that evil, how does this friendship work? And evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Evil saw that stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while, stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well, ain't it nice to have fun around? Up his eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit, and his friends were all in jail, and he lost all of his rights, and the people were divided, and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because stupid followed evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed evil and there was nowhere to escape.
voice will echo, need no phone. Ruled by the laws above. Nature shows me, makes me taught. I could climb this mountain now, rise above.
Yes, I come and go as you command, and it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. There's still a savor in the drink that's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down, go ahead and break me down, go ahead and break me down, go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Heart of glass, if it shattered, darker days will come our way. I look back to remember memories that never fade. I know I'm alone. Mistakes that I've made have burned this hole. I pray for a redemption to heal my troubled ways, blinded by perception. Is there no other? Is there no other way? Distant dreams, a clear horizon, I've always dirtied everything that I found. This ain't no difference, so look at you now. And baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. You keep me up every night. You keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the palm, no backup plan. So baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone.
look like you could use a friend. And Stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then Stupid said that Evil, how does this friendship work? And Evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So Stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And Evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Well, Evil saw that Stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner, and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while Stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well, ain't it nice to have fun around? Up his eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit, and his friends were all in jail, and he lost all of his rights, and the people were divided, and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape.
the laws above. Nature shows me, makes me taught. I could climb this mountain now, rise above the clouds and see where oh the falls have kept me strong. Never did I mean no wrong, 'cause I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. Ain't looking. Ain't looking back, ain't looking, yeah, ain't looking back, ain't looking, ooh, ain't looking,
All right, welcome back. Hope everybody had a good break. I only have 2 scratches. I'm only bleeding in one place badly. So let me go get something. Hold on. All right, they're on lunch until 1:15, so another 10 minutes or so, less than 10 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, did you guys like Super Bowl? Walking back and forth. She didn't have lunch. She didn't want to eat her lunch, so she was walking back and forth a lot, attacking the kitties. Lazy boy, Super Bowl looks like my cat, except he's white and gray, not white and black. Yes, Kathy, that is a good day with the kitties. Only one scratch that's not bleeding and one scratch that is. So not. I did pretty good. But it's my own fault because at the end of lunch, I dragged that tunnel out, and they love to catch a ride, so they'll jump in the tunnel, and then as I'm pulling it, they'll jump up and scratch me. So you would think I would learn. All right. Yes. 13th juror, those darn kitties. Well, I hope they provided some entertainment for you guys. Oh boy. I'm going to have to do that somewhere else. All right. My info has been found on the dark web. No. Oh. JRN, that's funny. Fed has turned into a meerkat. You know who was doing that yesterday, JRN, is that's really cute. Thanks for sending that. Houdini was doing that yesterday. She was like, you know, how the tunnel was split or whatever, and she was like, she picked her head up and she was like, she looked like a meerkat. So thanks for sending that picture. Cute. Yes, our little peanuts. Little peanuts. All right, court is at lunch until 1:15. It is currently 1:09, so we just have a little bit of time left. It was great entertainment between the music and the kitties. Thank you, JMS. Mary says, my LR has 4 cat tunnels and a catosaurus. Oh, your living room has 4 cat tunnels and a catosaurus. What's a catosaurus? Oh, I got to look that up. What's a catosaurus? Catosaurus? What is that? Catosaurus cat cave? Oh, okay. Cat cave? Is it a cat cave? Catasaurus. Says it Catasaurus Cave. Oh, that's cute. So they can sit on top and go inside. Oh, looks like we got some action. All right, he's coming back in. I'll go ahead and take these off. Don't need that anymore. Janet says, I really hope he testifies. He has nothing to lose at this point. I agree. Play on Crime. Hi there. Hope all is well today. It was the most beautiful day here today. So I hope you all get your dose of sun. Yeah, it's gorgeous right now. It's clear blue skies, 73, just absolutely gorgeous. One of those Chamber of Commerce days. It's hard to be inside when it's a day like this. Barry says, I don't think if he testifies that it'll have the same entertainment value to me as another ego. True. True. I hope he testifies he has nothing to lose, Anja says. See if he stays in. Lily Wayne says, yeah, I mean, if at this point I would just let it fly. I'd throw myself on the mercy of the jurors and be like, yeah, I mean, what do you have to lose? You literally have, you're going to spend 40 years no matter what. So you're saving yourself maybe 10 or 20 years. If he's 24, another 40 years, he's going to be 64. 10 years, he'll be 74. If he testifies and gets the 40 years, he could save himself like 10 years of his life. So I don't know. We'll see what he does. Sorry. Willow, wonder if he'll pull a Menendez when they cried, right? They went on the stand and yeah, that was pretty. I didn't watch it live, but that was pretty. I've seen clips of it and watched parts of it secondhand, and yeah, it was interesting. Sally, pouring down rain in sunny California. That's an oxymoron. Couldn't he get life without parole? That's what they're fighting for. So he's fighting for the extra 10 years, because if he figure he lives to 75, right? That's 50 years. So if he goes on the stand and gets them to come down to manslaughter, which is 40 years, he'd be saving himself like 10 years on the back end of his life. I'm just assuming he's going to live to 75, so he would get out when he's about 60 or 65. So he's that, to me, that's what he's fighting for right now, is that extra 10, 15, maybe 20 years if he lives into his 80s, you know. Janet, you're expecting rain in the next 5 days in California. It hasn't started yet. Interesting. All right. 13th juror. He doesn't seem like he has the confidence to take the stand. Either way, I don't think it will help him. Plus, he has a parole option with the manslaughter, right? It's 40 maximum, so he could get out beforehand. I thought it was at least 40, and then he gets parole after that. We'll have to wait and see. We'll see. Widespread panic. You're more patient than I am. I'm like, enough. Insert cat here. Insert cat name here. We don't have parole. Florida doesn't have parole. What you get is what you get. Maybe good time. 80 degrees. in Arizona. Noto, you're being generous with how long he might live. Well, I'm just throwing it out there. 85% of 40 years. Let's see. Let's look some things up. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, it's something along those lines. Manslaughter in Florida, jail time. Let's see what comes back. I'm going to turn this up. Okay. Manslaughter, second degree is punishable up to 15 years. That doesn't make sense. Up to 15 years probation. Huh. Unless there's aggravating factors. I guess it's only up to 15 years. So if he gets manslaughter, it's only 15 years. Minimum sentence for manslaughter in Florida depends on the specific charge, but in the common form, second degree felony carries a potential minimum sentence of up to 15 years. If the victim is a child, elderly, or disabled, it can go up to 30 years. Interesting. I wonder why the state didn't take the 40 years then. Because if he gets manslaughter, he's going to be out in 15 years? Am I reading that right? All right. I'll see you guys on the other side here.
All right. Do we have all the jurors up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State, do you have your witness here?
Yes,
All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
it is.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jurors in. All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, State, please call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Russell Vega.
Stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you come over here. Thank you. Right up that way.
Are you ready, State?
Yes, thank you.
Turning, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
My full name is Russell Scott Vega. The last name is spelled V-E-G-A.
Dr. Vega, what is your profession?
I'm a forensic pathologist or medical examiner.
All right. And what are the duties of a medical examiner?
The medical examiner's job is to investigate certain deaths. Those deaths are specified in statute or state law. And more or less, the deaths that the medical examiner is supposed to investigate are non-natural deaths, violent deaths, deaths that occur as a result of anything other than natural disease.
All right. And what is your jurisdiction as a medical examiner?
As the district medical examiner for this current district of District 12, my jurisdiction includes DeSoto and Manatee counties, as well as Sarasota County.
Will you tell the jury a little bit about your formal education, please?
Certainly. I got my undergraduate degree at Florida State University. I majored in physics and biochemistry at FSU. After graduating there, I went to medical school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Following medical school, I did 2 years of training in general surgery and then 4 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology. And pathology is the subspecialty of medicine that deals with diagnosing diseases by looking at fluids, different laboratory tests, biopsies, organs removed at surgery, and by doing autopsies. And after all of that, I did a 1-year fellowship or subspecialty year in forensic pathology, and that's the branch of pathology which specializes in autopsy and in death investigations.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination that is performed on somebody who's died, and that exam can be performed for different reasons, but generally it's to identify any diseases, complications, anatomic abnormalities, injuries, or other things which might be of interest to either doctors who order that or in our realm for medical examiner autopsies to figure out what the cause and the manner of death are.
All right, thank you. So I want to take you back to September 3rd of 2023, Doctor.
Yes.
Did you go to the death scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the members of the jury what are the advantages or the reasons for a medical examiner such as you to go to the death scene itself?
By examining the scene of a death where the body is still there, there is certain information which can be gathered, which can be helpful in the coming process of doing the autopsy at some later point, or to gather information which might be useful for law enforcement or other agencies at that point in their investigation. Some of the things that are of value in that scene investigation then are the ability to try to put together the circumstances that led up to the death, the evaluation of where the actual injuries that led to death occurred and whether or not they occurred elsewhere or at the site where the body was, and to get an idea of what the nature of the injuries or potential injuries, before we get out there, perhaps we don't know, but the nature of the injuries that led to the person's death. Finally, we might get information that leads us to a rough estimate of how long a person has been deceased and at that site.
Okay, and that is a rough estimate, isn't it, Doctor?
Very rough, yes.
Okay, because on TV shows, you always have a detective saying, how long has this person been dead? And the doctor says 2 hours and 27 minutes. Is that possible?
It is possible with certain elements, such as some kind of device which is tracing an individual's vital signs at the time, or even better, a surveillance video or something of that nature.
Right.
But just based on the autopsy findings, it can almost never be that precise.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to the death scene and did that examination that you talked about, looking at the circumstances surrounding it, the nature of the wounds, etc., did there come a time when the bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower were transported to the morgue?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform an autopsy on both Mr. and Mrs. Tower, Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Yes, I performed autopsies on each of them.
When did those autopsies take place?
So the autopsies were performed on September 3rd of 2023.
Okay. Doctor, I'm showing you have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 34A through 34K, and that includes double G, so 34G and 34 double G. Take a look at those for me, please.
Certainly. I've reviewed them.
Do you recognize these photos, Doctor, as the photographs that were taken at the time you autopsied the body of Robbie Tower?
They are, yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the procedure of the autopsy that you conducted?
They are.
Your Honor, I'm offering States Exhibit 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, 34E, F, G, 34 double G, 34H, 34I, 34J, and 34K. Into evidence, please.
Any objection to 34A through K and double G?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. These are computer.
Thank you.
I think it's better if you put those lights down and see them. Let's see.
Is it routine practice, Doctor, to take photographs during the course of the autopsy?
It is.
Why?
Photographs are the best form of documentation that we have, especially for external findings on the body. I can make notes, I can make verbal descriptions of findings, but nothing conveys the nature of many findings, especially injuries on the body, like a photograph does.
Let's look first at States Exhibit 34A. And we're going to talk about some of the markings that you have as part of the autopsy procedure, specifically the letters that we find on Mr. Tower's body.
Yes.
So we're going to go first, even though this is not in chronological or numerical order on your autopsy report, but we're going to go first to the stab wounds on Robbie Tower's face, please.
Yes.
And by the way, were you able to document how many stab wounds were inflicted on Mr. Tower?
I was, although the determination is, it may not be exactly what somebody else would have determined with the same findings, because there's such a variation in terms of how deep or how severe or superficial the injuries are, that some of them I didn't classify necessarily as a counted stab wound or cut wound, but I did note the other injuries in my report. So in total, for Mr. Tower, I counted 68 stab or cutting type wounds, with more that were small or superficial or subtle wounds that were probably sustained in the same way, but not totally characteristic stab or cut wounds.
But at least 68 distinctive stab wounds that you could identify as such.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So let's look now at State's Exhibit 34A, and I'd like to talk about the wounds that you cataloged on the face of Mr. Tower. So let's talk about those, if you would, please.
Certainly.
So we can start anywhere you like, Doctor. If you want to start on the upper right cheek, or upper left cheek, pardon me.
Certainly. So the injuries that we see on the face here are this largest wound, which was labeled with the letter H, the much smaller and very superficial wound labeled T here, and then the wound on the chin labeled I. And I think it's maybe important to notice that, or to note that when I was assigning these letters, to some extent, it was largely a random application. I did it based on the letters I had at the time and what I was examining at the time, and it doesn't have any correlation to timing or anything else with the injuries.
I understand. Thank you.
So of these, H is the most visible on the skin, obviously. I believe, is two separate wounds which are just joined. In other words, they were very close together and seemed to form one single wound. Of these wounds, none of them cause any major injury. The injuries really just involve soft tissue only.
And in addition to these that we can see in 34A, I want to move to 34B. And take a look at the wound that you called S, which was also included as a stab wound to the face.
Yes.
Can you please tell us a little bit about this wound?
This wound is a wound which involves the back edge of the ear. So this is the left ear. So in this photo, the nose would have been oriented here, and the back of the head here, the neck over here. And this wound essentially cut through all of the tissue over the back edge of the ear, essentially at the same level as the ear canal here.
Right, next, let's look at 34C, please. Now we're going to move on to your recitation of the stab wounds of the back. And the back of the neck, I should say. So let's look at this photograph, 34C, and there's quite an extensive amount of lacerations here. So would you please just start wherever you like and talk about them?
So all of these injuries are relatively similar, meaning that are all injuries that are inflicted with a sharp instrument like a knife. There are some which are longer on the skin than others, or that are wider. I would not take that to mean that they were inflicted with a different instrument. They might all have been inflicted with the same instrument. It depends on what's done with that knife once it's in the skin. It's very easy to flex a little bit along the skin with the blade and cause the stab wound to be longer on the skin. And also the tension on the skin is what determines how wide the injury appears here. So even though these injuries on the back of the neck and the upper back have varying appearances, they all were potentially really sustained in the same way with a stab with a knife. Of these injuries, the vast majority of all of these, that includes the clusters of injuries on the back of the neck, the very upper back here, and lower in the back, that for the most part, these injuries involved only soft tissue and did not penetrate to any deeper major blood vessels or organs.
So would a person have been able to survive if they had only sustained these injuries and even the ones on the face?
Potentially, yes. Long-term complications, of course, could ensue, but in the short term, yes.
I understand. Okay. So I would also like to go to 34D because that's hard to see in this photograph. And there's a
This here? Is this?
No,
Oh.
I'm sorry, my 34D.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Photograph 34D. Because there's a stab wound on the neck end, which I'd like you to talk about. And I wasn't able to find a photograph that included that on the larger 34C. So can you tell us a little bit about N?
Yes, although it will help if I refer to my records here. And
Refresh your recollection. Yes.
yeah, and
It appears to be a cluster of a number of wounds that you just cataloged as N.
yes. So this cluster is involving the left side of the neck. What I describe in my report is it's posterolateral, meaning it's the side of the neck and toward the back, so the back left side of the neck. And there are several stab wounds that you see here. I counted this as 5, but some of the stab wounds I think that you can see on the edges of this photo were included in another grouping.
Let's go now to, I'm going to backtrack a little bit and go to a wound on the scalp. We're going to look at State's Exhibit 34E. And that's going to be the first wound that you talked about in your report.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about this.
For orientation, this is the top of the scalp, so this is the very edge of the left ear that you're seeing here. The right ear would be more or less over here in this photograph if it were extended. And this is a short stab wound, essentially right to the top of the head.
Superficial as well.
It is. Of all the injuries that we've discussed so far, none of them, with the possible exception of one, really caused any significant deeper injury. It was all soft tissue injury.
Okay. Let's move next to State's Exhibit 34F. And now we're going to talk about the left side of the neck.
Yes.
And the injuries that were inflicted to Mr. Tower. It looks like there's a lot of clusters there. You can just go through that for the members of the jury, please.
Yes. And I would point out that we've already looked at in closer detail at this cluster here and at the injury to the left ear here. What we really haven't seen before is this cluster over the left upper neck and cheek area that's labeled J, and then these other clusters which are at the base of the neck and over the top of the shoulder region here that are M, L, R, K, and G.
Now I'm going to I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, and I'm going to go to the larynx because that's how you discussed it in your report. So let's look now at states 34G. And first of all, will you tell the members of the jury, might be oversimplifying, you probably know this already, but where is the larynx located?
So the larynx is the medical word for the voice box. The front part of the larynx is what you feel in your neck, is the Adam's apple. What we see in this photograph is the larynx removed from the neck, and for orientation, this is the base of the tongue here. So this is the front of the specimen. This is the back of the specimen. This is the larynx structure itself, and the larynx has a cartilaginous backing to it that can be pretty hard. I opened that so that I could look at the internal surface of the larynx. This is the epiglottis, and that's the flap which closes over your airway when you're swallowing or eating. This is your vocal cord here and here. This structure is called the false vocal fold. It looks like a vocal cord, but it's not. The rest of what we see is injury. There's some bruising here and a cut here in this tissue to the side of the larynx. And then there are large cuts here, here, there, and here. There's also one there that you can see a little bit of bruising from on the other side here, which these cuts go through the full thickness of the tissue. And these were cuts which were the end points of stab wounds which originated on the neck. Some of those we've seen, those were the stab wounds of the left side of the neck, mostly in that J cluster. And then on the right side, probably at least one was from some wounds on the right side of the neck that we have not looked at yet.
How many separate perforations were you able to see in this, in Mr. Tower's larynx?
I found 6.
Now, I also see some, what is that white, is that used as a trajectory rod? Is that white thin object that we see on, yeah, what is that?
This is really, it's just a small wooden stick that I improvised to use to hold this open, because there's a lot of tension here, and if I don't have something holding it open, it'll close and you won't be able to see the structures here as well. So I just used this essentially to prop it open so I could photograph the findings.
Okay. And those other instruments are also to keep it open?
Yes, these are what we call forceps. They're like tweezers.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at another picture of the larynx, please. Maybe might be helpful. This is 34 double G. And can you just orient us? Is there anything on this photograph that helps the jury to see those 6 separate perforations of the larynx?
Well, the perforations here to the side, I think you get a better feel for the extent of this. This is I'm encircling the opening here on the left side of the larynx. You can see that one perhaps a little more clearly too, and then you can better appreciate the bruising you see in the tissue adjacent to that here in the soft tissue or mucosa which forms the wall of the larynx on both the left side and the right side here too to some extent.
What happens to somebody's larynx or voice box when they sustain this kind of injury?
it would certainly impede your ability to vocalize or speak. Because the larynx isn't transected, it's hard to know exactly what that effect would be. It's possible that one still could have been able to vocalize or speak some, but it's also possible that that might have been greatly impaired.
Thank you. I'd like to go to State's Exhibit 34H now, and we're going to look at some more injuries to Mr. Tower's face and his head. So can you please tell us about T?
Yes, T is a single stab wound. I want to make sure that I separate that out for you.
That's found under your...
Yes.
Yeah, on page.
So T does, even though it's not particularly long, it does potentially go deep to the level of where the carotid artery was. And unfortunately, because there's a lot of injuries which are coalescent under the skin, it didn't allow me necessarily to be able to correlate a single individual internal injury with the stab wound on the outside that caused it, because they commingled as the stab wounds went into the tissue. But it's possible that T caused an injury to the carotid artery, which is deep there.
All right. So are you telling us that you don't know if T was the entrance point to injure the carotid artery, or that you're not sure if the carotid artery was actually injured?
The carotid artery was injured. I just wasn't sure which stab wound caused it.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And then let's look at O, that's on Mr. Tower's temple, or above his ear.
Yes. So, O is not a deep injury, and normally I wouldn't necessarily have categorized that as one of the injuries that I would count and put a separate letter to. But in this case, I chose to do that to accentuate this particular finding. This is a scrape on the skin, what we call an abrasion. And the reason that I included this is it's a patterned abrasion. The pattern consists of multiple parallel lines that are perpendicular to this single line here and extending downward from that. You see 3 or 4 of them there pretty clearly. I believe this is the same thing here, but they're blending together in this broader area of scraping here. This injury was probably sustained as a single impact or brush with a knife or possibly some other implement. Maybe this was from 2 impacts, one causing this and the other causing this with the scraping, almost looking like the teeth of a comb there.
All right, thank you. Then, I know that there were numerous stab wounds to Mr. Tower's right and left shoulders, but I want to move on to stab wounds of the chest, please. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to 34A so that we can look at those again. So we use this photograph, 34A, to talk about the wounds on Mr. Tower's face. Now I'd like to see if we can't focus on his chest, of which there are 4 wounds. So let's talk about those 4 perforations, please.
Certainly. The 4 I think you're referring to are the labeled injuries of F, C, B, and A. There are a few smaller superficial injuries that are really scratches, essentially, up here, at the top left of his chest, and then down here on the upper part of the right side of his abdomen. Those are the kind of injuries I was talking about before that I didn't necessarily number, but were additional injuries that he had sustained. With regard to the 4 numbered ones, though, A is the largest of these and perhaps thus draws your attention most immediately. These are all shorter on the skin. All of these penetrated some distance into the soft tissue. None of these injuries really caused, or these stab wounds caused any deeper injury, only soft tissue injury, with the possible exception of B, which probably nicked the internal mammary artery. It's a small artery which runs inside, well, on the underside of the sternum. And based on the way that the dissection is done, I thought that B had nicked that artery, but it was just hard to tell. It would have been a small injury. Over time, it could have caused some significant bleeding, but not one that I would have expected to immediately cause death.
So again, with these 4, if medical assistance had been forthcoming, they would not have been fatal.
That's correct.
I'd also like to look at stab wounds at the back. Can you have those cataloged on page 9 of your report? And again, I'm going to revisit one of my exhibits, states 34C. So let's talk about those wounds to Mr. Tower's back, please, his upper back.
Yes, so the injuries to his back, especially if you mean by upper back, all these that you can see in the letters.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Again, these are injuries which are of different sizes and shapes, but all, in my opinion, sustained in the same way, with a stab wound by an instrument like a knife. Of these, I have small clusters such as DD, and then I have individual injuries like FF, BB, EE, and GG, and a small cluster here of HH. Of all of these injuries, there was only one which was in the cluster of DD, which caused more than just soft tissue injury. And one of those in DD appears to have caused a small injury in the spinal cord by passing deep enough to go past the spine, the bones around the spinal cord, and to nick the spinal cord there.
Then I'm going to go to 34I to continue with the injuries to the back. So this encompasses the injuries that we just saw and a few more that are down on Mr. Tower's left side, sort of his shoulder there, on his left shoulder, and also on his left arm.
Yes.
So can you just briefly go through those?
Yes. So this is an injury to the back of his left shoulder, an injury to his lower left chest on the side, and an injury to his left forearm. Of these, this is again the most visually noticeable of the injuries, and I would call this more of a slashing kind of injury. It was not extremely deep, but does have a broad length on the skin. This involved only soft tissue without any other major injury, as did this injury I. The stab wound K went a little more deeply and did have a little penetration into the lung cavity, which is right below there, and it put a small stab wound into the lower lobe of the left lung. It was a small penetration, and there was very little bleeding, and there was really no collapse of the left lung on that side. So I think over time that could have been a potentially serious injury, but I believe that Mr. Tower died before it had a chance to manifest it being more serious, and that it really didn't cause him any particular impairment during the time of his life following the first infliction of injuries till the time he passed.
Now, there are also numerous injuries on the upper and lower, especially the upper extremities, the arms, left and right arms, and also some to the legs, both the right and left leg. But I want to talk to you about defensive wounds, if any. Did you see any sign of defensive wounds?
He did have injuries to his hands, which can be considered or might be described by some people as defensive wounds.
Okay, so let's look at those photographs, which are 34J, and I have another one that's just a close-up of 34J, 34K. When you look at those, can you tell if those are defensive wounds?
What I can tell you is that this particular injury is consistent with a knife blade coming across the finger like this, and it's characteristic of the kind of injury one would sustain while trying to grab a knife.
Now, you told us that based upon your count, it appeared that Mr. Tower sustained approximately 68, give or take 68 wounds. Can you tell us what was the specific cause of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes. Despite the vast number or the high number of those stab wounds, the stab wounds that really were significant were the ones in the neck that ended up injuring a couple of different large vessels. The carotid artery we've already talked about was one. Another artery was the subclavian artery, which is the artery that goes from the aorta over to the shoulders. It goes through the base of the neck. Of course, there were many other smaller vessels which were cut as a result of all of these stabs. It was the bleeding from all of those injuries, especially the carotid and subclavian arteries, but all of those injuries which were his cause of death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that opinion is, please?
In my opinion, the manner of death was and remains homicide.
I want to move on now to Jennifer Tower. Dr. Vega, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 33A through 33Q. Look at those for me, please. Do you recognize these photographs as having been taken during the autopsy of Jennifer Tower?
I do.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of Jennifer Tower at the time of her autopsy in September of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, offering States Exhibit 33A through 33Q into evidence.
No objection.
33A through Q will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
As to Jennifer Tower, Dr. Vega, were you able to count the number of penetrating stab wounds and superficial wounds that were inflicted?
Yes.
How many?
As with Mr. Tower, there were some small injuries that I did not include in that count, but the injuries that I did categorize that way totaled 79.
First place, I would like to look are the stab wounds to Ms. Tower's face, and we're going to be reviewing States Exhibit 33A. And if you would just start wherever you like, Doctor, and just describe for the members of the jury what your findings were.
Well, as you described, this is a photograph of the left side of Ms. Tower's face, and here we have fairly distinct single marked stab wounds A, B, C, and D, and then there's a large cluster here designated as E, which you can see some but not all of, and then there's this cluster at the very upper part of the left side of the chest, perhaps you might say the top of the shoulder, designated as F. But focusing maybe on these four, A, B, C, and D, these were injuries which, like the other injuries that we've seen in Mr. Tower, are different sizes and shapes, different amounts of gaping, but basically all consistent with stabbing by the same or similar knives. All of these injuries involved the soft tissues and no real major vascular or vital organ injuries. So, very similar actually to Mr. Tower. The facial injuries largely superficial.
Okay, let's go to 33B, please. And now we're looking at the right side of Jennifer Tower's face and neck. Can you describe this group of, this cluster of stab wounds, please?
Yes. This cluster of stab wounds we see here is remarkable for a couple of things. Maybe one thing that I didn't point out as much in the other cluster as well is that those stab wounds, not A, B, C, and D, but the E ones, we didn't really talk about this, so I'll save that for later. I apologize.
Well, I won't remember it later.
I will. So in W, what we see here is that they're all essentially parallel to each other. They're all horizontal to the ground. It's not a very tight cluster, but the fact that all of these are roughly parallel to one another suggests that these were all inflicted on or at about the same time, with the position of the assailant and Ms. Tower here not changed. And to me that suggests that she was already incapacitated at the time that these injuries were sustained. Of these, and I'm going to have to refer to my notes here, these involved a lot of soft tissue underlying. One of these perforated superficially into the right side of the larynx. One caused injury to the internal jugular vein, and one caused a transection or complete cutting of the carotid artery near the skull base. Like previously, I can't tell you which of these injuries specifically here caused which internal injury, because once you get past the skin, they commingled too much and I was unable to separate the tracks.
But perforations of the carotid artery and the jugular vein are lethal, may not be. Are they lethal?
Would be expected to be lethal, yes.
And then how many specific stab wounds do we find in this grouping?
I describe this as 14 separate wounds. There are a couple, like this looks like it might be one long wound, but I counted this as 2 separate wounds. It appeared to have 2 separate tracks, at least for a brief time, under the skin.
Okay. And you said that the assailant and Ms. Tower, the victim, were essentially in the same position for all of these stabbing?
That's what the clustering suggests, yes.
Right, thank you. Let's go now to State's Exhibit 33C. And now we're looking at the left side of Ms. Tower's face, her upper cheek. And let's talk about these injuries, please.
So this is almost a mirror image of what we saw in the last photo, the left side of the face. So here's the left ear. And of these injuries, you can see D and a little bit of B here that we already described. This cluster, very much like W, has many injuries which are all at essentially the same orientation. They're all relatively parallel to one another. And this clustering suggests that the injuries were all sustained at or about the same point in time, where the assailant and Ms. Tower were not moving relative to one another. Again, likely that she was already incapacitated at this time. These injuries also became commingled underneath the skin, so I was unable to specifically separate out the wound tracks of them as they went deeper, but at least one of them injured the left internal jugular vein. So we saw an injury to the right internal jugular vein from the other side, and this cluster of injuries caused at least one injury to the left internal jugular vein.
Well, what is the function of the jugular vein, doctor?
The jugular vein brings all of the blood from the brain and much of the face and the other tissues of the head and neck down to go back to the superior vena cava and back to the heart.
Well, what is the function of the carotid artery?
The carotid arteries on each side are the main arteries which supply blood to the brain. They also supply blood to the eyes and the facial muscles and essentially all the structures and tissues in the head.
Let's look now at states 33D, and this is going to be another cluster of wounds. They're delineated as Fs. So,
Yes.
can you tell us about that grouping?
Yes, I have a small grouping of injuries labeled X. There are other injuries, Y, A, Z, perhaps we'll see in other photos, but these injuries are to the back left side of the neck. So this is that cluster that we just looked at in E. And these injuries involve soft tissue, but no major vascular or vital structure injury.
E. Talk about this. Would you describe that as a cluster, or are they too far apart to be a cluster?
I think a cluster is a reasonable description for how I chose to document and photograph these injuries. They have similarity to the other ones that we've seen, the other clusters, in that the injuries are relatively parallel. They're not quite as tightly clustered, and there is a little variation in the angle, but I suspect that these injuries were also sustained in a similar way after Ms. Tower was essentially incapacitated.
And just to remind the jury, when you first arrived at the death scene, describe how the victims were lying. Were they prone or supine?
They were both prone, meaning they were lying face down.
Okay. So Ms. Towers would have been in this position, and so would Mr. Towers. Mr. and Mrs. Towers would have been in this position face down when these wounds were inflicted. If what you say, well, I know you can't opine about that, but...
Objection, counsel, testifying.
Sustained.
Would these wounds have been inflicted after Ms. Towers was incapacitated?
I believe so, yes.
Now I want to talk about the stab wounds to Jennifer Tower's chest. I'm going to move on to State's Exhibit 33F. And this is a close-up, doctor, so if you can just tell us about O and P and the injuries and the damage to Ms. Tower's body.
Give me just a moment, please.
It would be on 5 and going over to 6. Page 5 or 6.
Yes. Okay. This is this particular photograph doesn't have landmarks to guide the location, so I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right part in my report.
This was for a matter of decency, so
I understand. So these two are on the left lateral side of the chest. So the area of the chest is lateral and upper. So in this region here, what we might call the upper flank. As you can see, they're relatively close together, but not overlapping, and have a similar orientation. But unlike the other injuries that we saw that were like that, there's only two of them. It's not not a larger number, so I don't think I would designate this as a cluster. But there are two separate stab wounds there that have similar paths. They both involve soft tissue, and the wound O here just goes deep enough to penetrate into the left lung cavity. But that's all. It didn't go any deeper, so it didn't even injure the left lung at all.
right. Now I'd like to move on to stab wounds of Jennifer Tower's back. We're going to be looking at State's Exhibit 33G. What's significant about this photograph and the injuries that are depicted, Doctor?
So for reference, we've already talked about these wounds up here in the neck, clusters E and X. I mentioned Z briefly, but we didn't describe it any further. And then we have what I grouped as E and C and B. Of these injuries, I think you'll notice right off that they don't have that same clustering effect of being closer together and parallel in the same orientation. So I can't really make any opinion as to how or what order or what the relative condition Ms. Tower would have been in at the time that these injuries were sustained. Of all of them, BBCC and EE, all of them involve only soft tissue and no significant deeper injuries.
You also found during the autopsy stab wounds of Jennifer Tower's right shoulder, and those are depicted on State's Exhibit 33H. Can you address these injuries, please?
Yes, and this particular photograph really highlights injury Q here. There's an injury R here, which you see most of, but not all of here. That's a different orientation, but close by to Q. These are essentially similar to O and P that we saw before. Two wounds that are relatively close by, but don't have the same orientation. Of these, neither one of them causes any particular underlying injury, just soft tissue injury.
Let's move on to Ms. Tower's right arms, the right arm, and we're going to look at State's Exhibit 33I. Can you talk about these two injuries that you've labeled M?
Yes. So M has, actually I'm going to take a moment to review what I have written here. I want to make sure I get this correct. Yes. Okay. So in this particular photo, we see two injuries, one of which has its letter covered. This is a superficial injury. It does not involve anything but the subcutaneous fat. M is a deep injury which traverses the skin and goes through the muscle and actually exits the arm on the other side. And that injury is separately designated as a letter in my photographs and documentation, but you can't see that injury in this particular photo. It's on the other side. Part of what's bridging these here is a superficial scratch. This really has nothing to do with the internal track of the blade as it injured the soft tissues between the entry here and as it stuck out the skin on the other side, which you don't see, and I have designated as S. Yeah.
Right, we'll look at that in a moment.
Yeah.
All right, so again, we're looking at M. S, unfortunately, is hard to see, although there is a tab there, a sticker on the far side, but your trajectory rod goes from M through into S.
Yes, and you can see the other end of the rod here, and we use these trajectory rods simply to demonstrate when an injury does pass all the way through the body, and when it does so clearly, so that these are inserted when the path through the tissue is already clear, just to demonstrate that for photography purposes.
So based upon what we're seeing, Doctor, did the cutting instrument or knife or whatever was used, did that go from M all the way through? Is it a through and through stab?
It is.
What about K? Wound K?
K is longer on the skin than it is deep, so it might be best classified as a cut or a slash, and thus is relatively superficial, did not cause any major underlying injury. And I believe the same is true for this injury here, which is J, which we can just barely see at the edge of the photo there.
Let's move on now to 33L, and there's J.
Yes.
So, again,
J.
we're looking at it through and through.
We are, and it's very superficial, this one. The other one, you can see S here now without the trajectory rod through it. That's M was over here, and the trajectory rod passed through here to S. Here we see a very superficial wound that was just long and deep enough to have a small exit over here on the edge, if you will, of the wrist area, as opposed to the middle of the forearm here.
These two injuries that we looked at, M into S and then J, are you able to say whether those are defensive wounds because they're on the victim's arm?
I think they're consistent with using the arms for self-defense during a knife assault. Some might characterize that then as being a defensive wound.
Now we're going to look at Ms. Tower's right hand. And what do we see here?
So this is the palm of her right hand, and this photograph was taken as the body was received by us, so before any cleaning was done. But even so, you can see the clear stab wound on the thumb side of the palm here next to the base of the thumb.
Okay, and moving to the next photograph. And they're related. So we see at the base of the thumb, and then we see at the base of the thumb on the opposite side of the hand. So what's going on with these two?
Yes. So this is an entrance and exit pair as we identified previously. The stab wound essentially passes through the soft tissue of the side of the hand at the base of the thumb and injured the underlying tissues, but no bone or anything more major than that.
Let's look at the left arm. This is Exhibit 33O. And we're looking at, is this a superficial wound, doctor?
It is. It passes, this cut wound goes just a little bit deeper than the subcutaneous fat there, but does not involve any deeper structures and certainly no major vessels or vital organs.
33P.
P shows us two injuries. H, which is slashing type or deep cutting injury that again involves only the subcutaneous fat. And I is a penetrating injury that involves the skin and soft tissues, but does not go particularly deep and does not cause any additional major injury.
And is this Mrs. Tower's left leg? Back of the left leg?
Correct.
Now I want to talk about Jennifer Tower's larynx. It appears that you removed both larynx from each victim. So what did you find that was distinctive about Jennifer Tower's larynx?
She did have a single stab perforation of the larynx here, but there were no deeper injuries. There were no stabs throughout the area through which the air actually passes. So the structures here were all intact. That's why the only photo I took here, I did not include that propping stick so that you could open up and see what was internal. There were no findings that were significant in here, just this one superficial perforation into the larynx. And I think it's worth noting that this is the inner surface of the upper portion of the larynx here. So the stab wound came from the outside through this in, but didn't go any deeper.
Doctor, after performing the autopsy on Jennifer Towers, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of Jennifer Towers' death?
I was, yes.
What is and was your opinion?
Similar to Mr. Tower, I determined her cause of death to be perforations of multiple small and large blood vessels, including the carotid artery and jugular vein, due to multiple stab wounds.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of Jennifer Tower's death?
Yes.
What is your opinion, doctor?
My opinion was and remains that the manner of death is homicide.
Thank you. May I have a moment to confirm?
You may.
I have nothing further at this time, Doctor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are those the photos and evidence, Ms. Frablin, that you have?
I beg your pardon?
The photos, do you need to go into edit?
Yes, they do.
Can we return those to the clerk?
I will.
right, defense, cross when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. How are you, sir?
Wonderful. So we noticed in some of those pictures there was some redness and different coloring. Is that from the pooling from being in the prone position for a long period of time?
There is lividity that was present in those photos. Lividity is the pooling of blood that occurs after death, and it did occur because the bodies were in that position for a period of time.
Okay. So the redness that was seen, like different color skin colors, doesn't necessarily denote anything other than the pooling. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Okay. As the same with if somebody is laying face down after death, you would expect the same pooling in the face area, correct?
Yes.
And could that make it appear as if there was bruising there?
It could, yes.
So, all of the different areas where we see redness as opposed to the white, that would be indications of pooling, lividity, and where blood is settling, correct?
Almost everywhere. I'm trying to remember if there were any pink or red contusions anywhere in the bodies. There might have been a little bit of red contusion in one of the cases, but I think everywhere that I saw contusion, it was blue, and we talked about that.
Got it. So when we're talking about the different injuries, you say it's not necessarily from different implements just because they look different. If they're bigger, longer, things like that, that doesn't denote anything as far as different implements, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I would suggest that would you say the vast majority of these injuries you would describe as superficial?
I would describe them at least as not deep enough to be life-threatening.
Sure. And I think the majority of the wounds that you talked about said that they were soft tissue wounds, correct?
That's right.
And those would not be lethal in and of themselves.
Correct.
When you're talking about the cause of death, that is different than the mechanism of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes they can be very closely related. Sometimes they're a little more distant, but yes.
So in this instance, you said the cause of death was multiple perforations, correct?
Yes.
In Mr. Tower's case, there were multiple perforations that were caused by stab wounds. That's the cause of death, correct?
Yes.
Would the mechanism of death in that case be essentially lowering the blood pressure to make the heart stop? Would that be kind of the mechanism by which the body would work?
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, if there are lots of punctures into the lung cavity, that can create some other issues as far as lack of pressure and lungs not being able to expand. Did you see that in this particular case?
I didn't.
Okay. So essentially it's the getting of the artery in the neck that is the majority of the problem, correct?
I think those were the most severe of the injuries by far in both cases.
Okay.
But I didn't want to rule out the cumulative effect of blood loss from all injuries, and thus that's why I didn't single those out specifically, but included the other injuries as well.
And I know that I'm kind of conflating both of them, but it sounds like the cause of death for both of these individuals is essentially the same, the loss of blood from multiple perforations from stab wounds, correct?
Yes.
And that would be a similar mechanism of death as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now we're talking about manner of death being homicide. You would agree with me that there's only a finite number of manners of death that you could qualify it as, correct?
There are only 5, yes.
Okay. And that would be homicide, correct?
Yes.
Suicide?
Yes.
Natural death?
Correct.
Unknown? Meaning you don't know what the manner of death is, correct?
We use undetermined, but
Determined.
more or less the same thing, yes.
And what's the 5th one? You said there were 5. What's the 5th one?
Homicide.
We started with homicide.
Okay.
Suicide, correct?
Yes.
That's 2.
Natural, undetermined, and accident.
Accident. Thank you so much. All right. So when we're talking about those things, you're not making a determination as far as legally this is what qualifies. That's more of an analysis to determine across the state how many homicides occur, how many suicides occur, things along those lines, correct?
That's right.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
First of all, Doctor, on cross-examination, there was a question about whether either of the victim had sustained any other injuries aside from the knife wounds. Did Mr. Tower have an injury to his head?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that injury consisted of, please?
So one of the injuries that we described was the lettered injury O, and that had it was more of a scrape as opposed to a penetrating blade wound. Let me make sure I'm referring to any other minor head injury that I might have described. In addition to that injury, I believe we saw these in one of the photos, but I can't remember if they were specifically questioned about. There were two small abraded contusions on the head, one to the side of the left eye and one in the region of the chin. They were pretty minor, not necessarily very easy to see.
Yes, I did not question you on those, but I am questioning on now. So in addition to those additional injuries to Mr. Tower's head, I want to ask you this final question. If a defendant admitted to killing his parents, would that be consistent with your finding of homicide?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Is the witness free to step down?
He is.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In just a moment, we're going to take about a 10 or 15 minute break, okay? So if you can leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service during our break, and we'll bring you back shortly, okay? Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
Jurors exiting. Your Honor. Your Honor.
Everybody may be seated. Apparently there's something else we need to cover. Let's have the attorneys come forward. It has to be done now? Okay. You want it done now?
Please.
Okay. All right, folks, there is a stipulation as to the identity of the victim/decedents. Stipulation meaning both the state and the defense have agreed to this, so it is something for you to consider as a fact. I'll sign it. It will go back with you. Let's see, today's the 13th, and I'll read it to you. It is hereby stipulated by and between the parties of this action that the identity of victim/decedent number 1 in this case is Robert James Tower, white male, date of birth August 15, 1974, a human being, and that the jury in the trial of the above listed cause may be advised of this stipulated fact. It is hereby stipulated by and between the parties of this action that the identity of victim/decedent number 2 in this case is Jennifer Christine Tower, white female, date of birth February 8, 1972, a human being, and that the jury in the trial of the above listed cause may be advised of this stipulated fact. All right, let's take our 15-minute break. Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting. doctor, here you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State, are you prepared to rest in front of the jury after our break?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, any motions from the defense?
Your Honor, I think that at this point, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state is a factual determination as far as premeditation is concerned, so I do not have any legal motions to make at this point.
Yes, I'll find that the evidence presented in the form of the witnesses, the photographs, the physical evidence, the video of the defendant's statements to law enforcement, of the medical examiner, that there is sufficient evidence in a light most favorable to the state for all three of the crimes charged. 2 counts of murder in the first degree and fleeing to elude law enforcement with lights and sirens. So I'll deny the motion for judgment of acquittal as to all 3 counts. This will go to the jury. Mr. Gilman, do you have any evidence that you intend to present during the defense?
Your Honor, I've spoken with Mr. Tower about it. He's indicated his desire to testify.
Okay.
That is against advice of counsel.
Okay. Everybody may be seated, by the way. Any objection to me speaking to Mr. Tower briefly about the legal concept of this? All right, Mr. Tower, can you please raise your right hand, sir? You can remain seated. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I swear.
You can put your hand down. Please tell me your name.
Dima James Tower.
Mr. Tower, I'm going to speak to you for just a minute, and I want to make sure you understand that at no time am I asking you to divulge any specific statements between you and Mr. Gilman. Those are protected by the attorney-client privilege, and I'm not asking for any specific conversations that you have. Do you understand? If you think that I am, let Mr. Gilman know, or tell me you're unsure of my question, because that's not what I'm intending to ask, okay? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. The state has just rested their case in chief. They will in just a moment when we bring the jurors back in. They're going to rest on the record. So at this time in the trial, it's the opportunity for the defense, if they wish, to call witnesses and produce evidence. Do you understand that?
I do.
You might recall during the jury selection process, I talked to the jury. I spent a considerable amount of time covering this with them, that the burden in a criminal case is solely on the state of Florida, the state attorney, and that there is no burden on the defense. Do you understand that? In fact, you might recall I read to the jurors that the defense does not have to present any evidence or prove anything. In fact, I gave the jurors the example that you and Mr. Gilman didn't even have to be present during the trial. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I recall.
Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Gilman has indicated that he doesn't have any attorneys or evidence to produce at this point, other than perhaps you. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay. So now would be the time in the trial, if you wish to testify, that you would take the stand. Do you understand? Now, I also covered this, Mr. Tower, during jury selection. That choice as to whether or not you testify is solely or completely your choice. In other words, Mr. Gilman cannot make that choice for you. In fact, nobody can make that choice for you. Do you understand?
I do.
Mr. Gilman is a very experienced attorney. His job is to counsel you. He can give you his opinion, his advice, talk to you about the evidence that's been presented. But Mr. Gilman cannot make the decision as to whether or not you testify. That's solely your choice. Do you understand?
I do.
If you choose to testify, there would be a jury instruction. In fact, we've already discussed that. You might recall this morning at 9 when we went over our jury instructions. That instruction would tell the jurors that you have become a witness, that they should consider your testimony just like any other witness. For example, there's a jury instruction 3.9 that says, in addition to your common sense, you should consider the following factors when considering the testimony or credibility of a witness. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Did the witness say something in court that's different than a statement they had previously made? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Does the witness's testimony agree or disagree with the other evidence in the case? Has the witness ever been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty? These are just some of the tools that jurors will be using to determine credibility of witnesses, and if you choose to testify, they would use the same tools as it relates to you. Do you understand that, Mr. Tower? Do you have any questions about that?
No.
In fact, if you choose to become a witness, you'll be called just like what we'll do is I believe that you have shackles on your ankles. Is that right?
Right now, yes.
All right, so what we would do is, do we have the sergeant here?
Well, Your Honor, we can do the same as we did.
All right, let's call the sergeant down. We'll figure that out. What we would probably do is have you up at the witness stand so the jurors couldn't see that you're shackled. In fact, they wouldn't be able to see that you're shackled. I see that in this courtroom, the jurors are in front of the witness stand. You would be sworn in by the clerk, just like every other witness. Mr. Gilman would have an opportunity to ask questions first. Your attorney, they would have to be open-ended questions. When Mr. Gilman is finished, the state attorney, one of the two prosecutors, would come up and they'd be able to ask you leading questions. We refer to that as a cross-examination. When the state is completed, Mr. Gilman would have another opportunity to come back. That's called a redirect. And that's what's happened with almost every witness so far. The same would apply to you. Do you understand that, Mr. Tower? Do you have any questions about the procedure or how your testimony would be treated the same as any other witness?
No.
State, are there any prior felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
There are not.
Okay. Do you have any questions about any of the laws that apply if you choose to become a witness?
No, I do not.
If you choose not to become a witness, that's a constitutional right you have. You might recall I spent a considerable time Monday, Mr. Tower, talking to the jurors about that. I explained to them there's many reasons why one might choose not to testify, public speaking being fear number one, death two. And I explained to them that it can't matter, that if you chose not to testify, that's something that the jurors could not take into consideration. In fact, the jury instruction would say that. It would say that Mr. Tower has chosen not to become a witness. You cannot consider that decision as any consciousness of guilt. In fact, the jury will be told they can't consider that in any manner whatsoever. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about the laws that would apply if you choose not to become a witness?
No.
Have you had an opportunity, not what you said, but have you had an opportunity to talk to your lawyer and ask him questions before you reach your decision as to whether or not you will testify?
I have.
Do you need any additional time, Mr. Tower, to talk to your attorney before you tell me what your decision is?
Do not.
Okay. And have you reached a decision?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
I want to testify.
Okay. Has anybody pressured you or forced you in order to get you to testify?
No.
Are you doing this freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you have a clear mind as you're entering into your decision today?
Yes.
Are you taking any medication right now while you're at the jail?
No.
Do you have any questions of the court, anything related to the laws surrounding your decision?
No.
Or your testimony?
No.
Okay. I'll find that the defendant has made a freely and voluntarily and knowing decision to become a witness in the case. So let's take a 10-minute break. What we'll do, any objection, Mr. Gilman, state to having Mr. Tower on the stand when the jurors come back in, you can call him?
No, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. And then, so Mr. Tower, what we'll do is, when we come back from a break, we're going to have you on the stand. Again, the purpose is so that they don't see the shackles on your feet, okay? And we'll have you standing in when the jurors come in front of the chair so the jurors can't see it. What will happen is I'll have everybody seated. The state will rest on the record in front of the jury. I'll then turn to Mr. Gilman, your lawyer. He's going to call you as a witness. At that time, I'm going to ask you to stand from your chair. Do so carefully not to make noise with the shackles, okay? You'll stand at that moment, face the clerk. Our clerk, Emily, is going to swear you in. She'll ask you to raise your right hand. You'll be sworn in. You'll have a seat. When your testimony is completed, give me a moment. I'm not going to have you walk back down to your table. Again, we don't want them to know you're in custody and that you're shackled. We'll take a break as soon as your testimony is done. I'll send the jurors out and we'll return you to the table, okay? Unless, yes, let's do it that way, because then we'll find out if the state has rebuttal, etc., okay? Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back with the testimony of the defendant. We'll have him on the stand. State, make you please call any and all witnesses. I want to finish the evidence portion of the trial today, okay?
Yes.
All right, 10-minute break. 2:50, we'll start at 3 with the defendant on the stand.
All right, top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Takes the stand. So, wow. All right, I'm going to definitely need to take a break before he starts because I do not want to miss anything. So we heard from Dr. Russell Vega. Interesting. The majority of the wounds were not life-threatening, and that's what Cross brought up, and I knew they would because you have to, right? You got to go that route. But the wounds that were, they basically, I'm trying to think. After you stab somebody 5, 6, 7, 8, even 9, 10 times, why just keep going? And it's like he was just kind of like poking them. I'm just trying to figure out what was going through his mind. I know we'll never find out. Well, maybe we will. But clearly the injuries to the neck, the carotid arteries, the jugular veins on both Robbie and Jennifer that was enough. That was enough to do them in. And then I'm trying to think, okay, Jennifer got out. So I'm not sure if she had gotten stabbed in the throat first, because you probably wouldn't be able to run very far. Maybe you can live for maybe a couple minutes, 5 minutes tops, right? If you're bleeding, probably not even 2 minutes. So I'm thinking maybe the arm, maybe he got her in the arm. Well, I know he got her in the arm, maybe, and there was a through and through, I think. So maybe that's the one that she got outside, because we saw the blood. There was just a lot of blood. So I'm just trying to figure out, after he gets them in the jugular and the carotid arteries, what he's just like poking them. They said a lot of the wounds were like superficial and just went through. Anyway, 68 wounds for Robbie, 79 for Jennifer. And both of them multiple cause of death. Both of them were multiple small and large stab wounds, and those to the carotid artery and the jugular. Cross came up. Vast majority of injuries were not deep enough to be life-threatening. What does that prove? I don't know. A lot of them were soft tissue, so they wouldn't be lethal. The wounds weren't deep enough to puncture the lungs. The neck wounds were the most lethal, but he didn't want to rule out the number of wounds causing blood loss. Then redirect. Robbie had an injury to his head that was more of a scrape than a penetrating wound. If the defendant admitted to killing his parents, is that consistent with your findings of homicide? Yes. And then the moment we were all waiting for, he's going to testify. No judgment of acquittal. That we see that every time, right? We see the defense get up and say, Your Honor, I want a judgment of acquittal. State in the light most favorable to the state. They didn't prove this. They didn't prove that. And no, he didn't do that. He didn't do that this time. So, yep, mom escaped. There's no evidence. Let's see. Dragged back is we don't know that for sure. Dragged back. I'm not sure how he dragged her back. Let me put it that way. I think he probably just wrapped his arm around her and just dragged her back. Yeah, you could say that. Sure, he dragged her back because she escaped. She runs to the neighbor. And the crime scene tech, the evidence showed that the blood going to the neighbor was like in a V pattern, so V shape. So it was like, she was running, and blood's going that way, but then coming back, it was more of a drip. So it was slower. Yeah. No, she didn't. She did not go voluntarily. That is for sure. G. Stewie, again, you've picked an intriguing trial. You guys just know how to pick them. Thank you, G. Stewie. It certainly sounds like that, Red Snap. Certainly sounds like that. Oh, he pled, so there's no judgment of acquittal. Judge denied it. I didn't hear it. I mean, there was no judgment of acquittal, but yeah. Super, he probably told her he wouldn't kill her. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's dragging. How else he's going to get her? Yeah, no, you guys are right. I'm just envisioning him like dragging her by the hair, but I guess, dragging is dragging, right? Dragging is dragging back. The defense did make a judgment of acquittal and the judge denied it. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't think he did. Sue saying, thank you for covering this. Love the chat. What time does it get on the stand? Top of the hour. You've got 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break too. 5 minutes until top of the hour, 3 o'clock Eastern. So top of the hour. Yeah, Ambi, definitely. He did deny it? Okay. Richard, just do TSOJ then. If you can't tag me specifically, just do TSOJ. I'll see that as well. Running with scissors. Defense said they didn't have a legal motion to acquit. There. Richard, you just tagged me. I don't know what's going on, but you just tagged me. You just tagged me. Let's see. Wonder if defense will open for his previous run-ins with law enforcement. I don't know. They're just going to call him up. There's going to be nothing other than just take the stand and, did you have any previous run-ins? I don't know. We'll see. All right. No, he didn't enter JOA. Go back and watch it. I didn't hear it. But whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter. CJ, I mean, right? I didn't hear it, but thanks for going back and listening. All right, I am going to grab some new water. I'm going to grab some fresh water, some more water. I'm going to shut this curtain, and I will be back in a second. All right, so my next question is, do you think they're going to get done in 2 hours? Because the court ends at 5, I think. So do you think they can get through You think his cross is going to be, his direct is going to be half hour and cross is going to be, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we can get done today. Do you guys think they'll get done today? That would be my, I'm wondering if they can get this in. All right.
All right, let's practice, Mr. Tower. Practice getting up once you fix the chair.
One down there. Good. Definitely good. Okay. Yeah.
All right, does that work? All right, practice getting up without making noise with your feet. Okay.
So right now, when you start talking, just pull it closer to you.
Okay. You got it?
Yes.
Okay. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes,
All right,
Your
let's
Honor.
bring the jurors in. So, Ms. Frablich, you're going to rest on the record. I'll turn to Mr. Gilman, and you can call your client, Mr. Tower, as a witness. Let's bring the jurors in.
All rise, jurors enter.
All right, everybody may be seated. All right, state.
Your Honor, the state is resting its case in chief.
All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
Defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer and make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, and where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine.
What part of Ukraine?
In far east part, Luhansk. That is borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there, I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine before you came to the United States? Where were you living? Like what type of house?
Before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage, or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
I'm going to check for all this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief, so let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly.
You may.
I would think his life before the orphanage is very relevant. I mean, isn't that what is going to cause him to get all this rage? I would think that would be very relevant, to be quite honest, because that's his family dumped him off. They didn't want him anymore. That's where this abandonment comes in.
Okay. So how old were you when your mother passed away?
Well, my mother passed away. You know, I would like to talk about, before I would start about talking about my life before my mother passed away.
I understand that. The issue that is that I'm hoping that you can respond to the questions.
Yeah, I can respond to the questions,
sure.
But
okay. So your mother, how old were you when your mother passed away?
I'm somewhere between 6, 7, or 8.
Okay,
I was thinking about this somewhere between those years.
Okay.
I mean, if maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you. Okay?
Well, it's important that.
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Were you just living only with your mom when she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
And then who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months or so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you eventually end up in the foster care system in Ukraine, correct?
Objection, leading.
Yeah, I was in 2 orphanage for foster care, orphanages, whatever they call that. The first one I was in before the war, and then
Objection,
I was.
Overruled. I think he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met them at, I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met them, well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that the first time that you had met them?
That was for the first time, yes.
Okay. And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit to meet the rest of the family.
And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and I came to live here in 2015 years.
Okay. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered. But I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, I object to the editorializing by this witness. Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
Let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did a half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School.
Okay.
Which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
Okay. And did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No.
How did you learn English?
By conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You say you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It was just too many family issues.
Okay. And you were not living with them. When did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
I don't understand the question.
So in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? Because I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assumed that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Ask
All right. Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Please leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting.
I can see it fine.
All right, Mr. Gibbon, why don't you spend a moment with your client? We can't tolerate this kind of behavior here in the courtroom. I've already spoken to your client about it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's let the defense have an opportunity to talk to the defendant to see if he can go forward on the stand.
Well, probably pretty much saw that coming. All right, Dima Tower, defendant on the stand, 24 years old. He's from Luhansk, which borders Russia. He came to the U.S. in 2015. He was there in February of 2014 when Russia took over Crimea, and that war started. Life before orphanage. He wants to get that out and tell. Objection relevance. They call for a sidebar. Would like to talk about before mom passed away. Issue is you can respond to the questions, and then, yep, I can respond. So, he was 6, 7, or 8 when his mom passed away. He says, maybe I can give a personal background. That's objected to. Objected to. The judge admonishes him. He says it's important. He was living with mom when she passed. He went to live with his brother after that for a couple of months. Hold on, let me see. Then he went to his uncle's house for a couple of months. He ended up in foster care. So there were 2 orphanages. One was in that same region of Luhansk. The other one he moved. Then they moved, I think he said, towards the sea. He met the Towers at the end of the summer of 2013. He flew to the States. And then he made another visit, he said, in the summer of 2013. So I guess he came here twice in that summer. He was adopted in the winter of 2015, and he came to live here. You went to school here. He says, the questions you're asking me are complicated. I'm being forced to answer simply. You just got to say yes or no. Just ask yes or no. And then they objected to that, editorializing. That was sustained. So it ends up, he went to Northport. He dropped out in 10th grade. He says he didn't know English until he came to the States. And then it's like, did you move out? He says, that's a complicated question. The answer will be long. But then it says, he did move out or he didn't move out. But then now they're asking, did you move back in? He says he doesn't understand that question. And then he breaks down. Judge says, we can't tolerate this. You need to talk to your client to see if he can go forward on the stand. So. Yep. Let's see. LS, a.k.a. Chester's mom. I feel badly for him. He clearly has a very painful story behind all of this. Narcoleptic insomniac. Could this help him on appeal? He is not prepared to do this at all. He's a total train wreck. I don't know. I don't know. He definitely has a story to tell, and it would be nice to hear it. Whether you want to hear it or not, I think it is important for him to tell his side of the story. Whether we want to hear it or not, I do think that is important. I would like to hear it. I would like to hear, and I think his past goes to why he did what he did. Doesn't justify it. Doesn't mean he's getting off. It just would give some sort of meaning as to why you did this. Where did this rage come from? Right? We all want to know why. All right? That's the question of the day. Why did you do this? Remember the detectives. You're still a human being. I still, I want to know why. Remember that one detective, Detective Chippendale, I think. He asked that. He says, you're still a human being. At the end of the day, you're still a human being. And, we're going to treat you as such. So, we want to know why. Tell your side of the story. So to me, having him say his whole past with the orphanages, and maybe he was abused, maybe he was kicked around, maybe he, whatever, we don't know. So unless he's able to tell that, we're never going to know. We're never going to know what caused this. So, all right. All right. Can he not testify in the narrative if the attorney agrees? Yeah. Look at Robert Tellis. That's the Robert Tellis. Yeah. Mrs. Baba Yaga. I hope the jury does not feel sorry for him. He murdered his parents, and guilt should not play a role in their decision. Well, he's not getting out one way or the other. So it's either 40 years or life. So, I just want to hear his side of the story before he's put away. He's going away pretty much for the rest of his life. He's 24 now. 40 years from now, he's going to be 64. You know, at the earliest. At the earliest. Yeah, Green Eyed Cat is asking, why can't he testify in the narrative? I don't see why not. But Psychosaurus Rex is saying, hey, Rex, didn't even see you come in. Hello. I don't think the state would agree to a narrative. Memory says the state doesn't want him to tell about his past because they'll know it'll garner sympathy. And so what if it does? So what if the jury says, hey, you know what, we're going to give him 40 years? I mean, it's still 40 years. It's not like he's going to be out in, well, I think it's 40. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I got to hear how long he's going to be in. I don't think they're going to, I don't know. Would you guys sympathize with him? I mean, I would have sympathy, but then I'd be like, dude, I mean, come on. You like hacked your parents up. So, I don't know. It's not manslaughter no matter how his story unfolds. I think I agree with that, Mallory. I mean, no matter what story he tells, I can still have sympathy for him and say, wow, dude, you had a messed up life. Sorry for that, but you're still going away. You're still going away to prison. You know, sorry to hear that, but unless there was something going on upstairs that we don't know about, then I'll have more empathy for him. I'll be like, okay, then you need to go get yourself some help. But we're not hearing anything of that. You know? So, Tracy, he got the world handed to him and he stabbed 78 and 69 times. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the jury. I'm not in there, but I don't think the jury's going to have sympathy for him, but I don't know. Let's see. Pilola's mom, 10th grade dropout. Then what did he do? We don't know. Unless he's allowed to say. Allie B says, I would have empathy and understand that he had a rough childhood. However, I would not condone his horrendous behavior, offing his parents due to rage, ask for help. That's where I would probably land as well. I'd be like, hey man, sorry. Sorry you had a rough go of it. It's terrible. But, and then there's the but. Sonia, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Psychosaurus Rex, having sympathy means you have humanity. It does not mean you are excusing a behavior. Let's just get that straight, folks. That is true. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the detective says you're still a human being. I said that yesterday. I'll say it again. You know, let's see, why you're a human being and you deserve to tell your side of the story. That's a detective saying that. That's Detective Chippendale, hardened detective who has seen all kinds of stuff, is saying you're still a human being. At the end of the day, he's still a human being. No, that doesn't mean I condone his actions. No, that doesn't mean I want him walking the streets. I'm just saying he's still a human being. I want to hear what caused him to do this. What caused him to do this? You know, I'm fascinated with the depravity of the human mind. Like, what causes us to get to that point? We all have rage in our hearts. It all comes up. Think about driving, road rage. I mean, how often you get cut off by somebody and you're like, shake your fist, old man shaking fist, you know, I mean, we've all done it. We've all been like, you know, so what is it in us that some people have that impulse control that makes us stop and other people like him can't? And he just did it that one day. He got home. He's like, I'm just going to do it. Why did you do it? I want to know. I want to hear that. I just don't want to throw him in the cell and let him rot, because that's where he's going to go anyway. But I want to hear, what was it? What was it? Tell your story. Tell your story. Let's hear it. Mrs. Baba Yaga, wow, we all have a lot to say on this case. Yeah, good dialogue for sure. Sparkling Princess, I have empathy for others, but this is unforgivable. I'm not forgiving him. Do not mistake my sympathy and empathy for forgiving him. I am not forgiving him at all. I'm just saying he's a human being. I have a burning desire to understand the human mind. What is it that causes people to do this? What is it that causes people to do this? Lack of impulse control, that's your answer. Seems simplistic, but we can go with that for now. Andrea, totally agree with me. Thank you. I just want to know, right? Just want to know. Pilola's mom, this is heartbreaking. He raged and then should not have pled or bring a translator. He raged. They should have let him plead. Okay. They should have let him plead. Yeah. Yeah. Colin Griffith. We looked him up earlier. I think it's Griffith, but whatever. Yeah. Colin. Yeah. That's who I was trying to remember. He actually got off. I know Joan, right? His dad in Oklahoma and then mom down here in Florida. Running with scissors. I want to hear what he has to say and for the state to let him. I don't think it'll change anything. That's where I'm at. I don't think the jury's going to be like, oh, okay, we'll give you a slap on the wrist. No, I don't think so. All they have to do is look at those pictures. I'm sure just look at those pictures, and I don't think they'll have sympathy. But I'm not there. Lisa Lilly, why his parents adopted an older child from a foreign country when they had zero experience with raising children? Do not know. We do not know that answer. Barry Adams. He melts down when he's not getting his Burger King, getting his way the way he wants it. Yep. And just trust the process. We'll get there. He doesn't believe it. Serious trust issues. Right. So does that go to his upbringing? Does that go to his abandonment? He must have abandonment issues, right? Again, I'm no psychiatrist or psychologist, but his mom died and then he's bounced around at 6, 7, 8. Those are pretty formative years. I would think he's got trust issues, abandonment issues. Where's his dad through all of this, So, all right, here he comes again. There's his ankle. I was gonna say ankle bracelets, his ankle chains. All right. There you go. Yep, Shelley, he is extremely damaged for sure. But he's guilty. No question about it.
Tower, are you okay and able to continue?
Yes.
Okay. You understand why we took the break, right? I can't have that kind of show of emotion in front of the jury and that applies to you and every other witness. You might recall I even said that about the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay. Are you able to move forward in that?
I am.
Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about the procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right. Anything else to discuss with the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury back in, please. All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Objection.
Awkward. Made me feel awkward.
Hold on, one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm comfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adopted parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gilman.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately, given that you were uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. Did you ever have a plan in place to make that happen?
No, I did not.
I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
State the cross-examination when you're ready.
Are you going to look me in the eye, Mr. Tower? That's not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower.
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your...
Argumentative.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it.
Sustained.
She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You asked me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think.
What am I supposed to think, Dad?
Listen to me. There was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So, you're telling me that as a human being, you walked into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here...
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here and gave you a home that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
The answer is too complicated for you.
No, it's not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
You told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. I just went on a lot, you know.
The jury recall what they heard.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents.
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting. It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't understand.
I said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will just order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. Well, I know.
Answer
I don't
my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it. What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower?
I was.
Were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again.
You don't remember that?
Again, I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly?
Well, I don't remember. You're asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
No, more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen it how many times? So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say
Let's
it.
not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
21.
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. No, we're all controlled in the states.
Mr. Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The answer, the question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months.
And what were you doing up there?
Working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer.
You get it mixed, but you get the questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because...
Because why?
I'm going to answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was going to visit. I was going to see him for.
Could we
maybe
move away from the microphone so we can hear?
Maybe for a couple months, I was going to visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No.
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
No. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I know
under
I'm
oath
under
to
oath.
tell the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you need
father.
to wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living hell.
No, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment,
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now, but you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent, and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent, but you're asking me a.
You made their life
pointless
a
question.
living hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage.
If I
to
made
his wife, isn't it true?
If I made their life a living hell, that's probably had something to do with them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Bagley,
answer.
You're asking a question, he begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it. Okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Freitas.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's
Rob.
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to Jennifer.
The question, sir, the question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
Right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please don't move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
Estate, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on, okay? I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes. Who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? Do you even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking about?
Mr. Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
You redirect, Mr. Gilman?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody please stand. Jurors are exiting. All right, everybody may be seated. Mr. Tower, you can return to your table next to your lawyer, sir. Mr. Gilman, any additional evidence, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state any rebuttal witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we can do is we can bring the jurors back in. Mr. Gilman, you can rest on the record. Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll send the jurors home. It's 3:53. We'll have a brief discussion on jury instructions, and then we'll head home for the night. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Does that work for both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
9 o'clock, I'll read the jury instructions, and then we'll go straight into closings. We'll provide lunch for the jurors so they can begin deliberating right away, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's get the jurors in and out. Deputy Carl, can you bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're trying to get you to do exactly what you just did.
All right, well, anyway.
Exactly what I did, but you weren't asking me the questions that you should ask me about. No one cares about the reality of the situation. They just care about what am I having to do these people?
Like I said, I don't write the rules. You heard the judge very loudly trying to focus things.
Well, I'm defending myself pretty much, am I not? Because who else is defending me? And what is that? That's gonna happen tomorrow. Like,
Yeah, that's what a closing argument is.
because
And it just got harder.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everybody may be seated. Mr. Gilman.
At this time, the defense rests, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, both the state and the defense have rested their cases. So what your job is done for the day. We're going to do a little bit of work here in the courtroom. We're going to start back up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let's start at 9 o'clock. Does that work for all our jurors? Yes? We'll bring you in. I'm going to hand out to you the jury instructions. It's a packet of the law that applies to the case. I'm going to read that to you. And then as soon as I'm done reading the law, the attorneys will make their closing arguments. We'll send you in to deliberate with lunch, and we'll await your verdict, okay? So have a nice evening. Again, don't watch any news, don't read any articles, papers, blogs, anything related to this trial. We need you to come back in the same way that you are today. Leave your writing implements, notepads face down. Make sure you take all your belongings. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
some people
Hey, Jen. Yeah. Did you get an updated email with the jury instructions?
I did.
Can you bring down just one packet for me quickly? Thank you.
Sure.
Folks, let's take another look at the jury instructions before we adjourn. Other than that, anything else we need to talk from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks in the audience, we're just going to go over the jury instructions now. It's not very exciting, really. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave. It'll probably be about 15 or 20 minutes, and then we're going to adjourn for the day. Ms. Whipple, you have them up in front of you?
Oh, give me 1 second.
And did you send those to Mr. Gilman?
I have them in front
Yes.
of me.
You're able to pull them up too? Okay,
I have them in
great.
front of me, yes, Your Honor.
Great. I just need them in front of me.
How do you think you can put it down?
Yeah, that's easy.
Okay.
I'm gonna move on now, but y'all see me?
Absolutely. Just make sure that you use the Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
So, cancel?
No.
Have him call.
Okay. If you can call and not cancel.
thought I was
Keep it
only
on.
calling two kids.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
I thought I said you would call and let them know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not canceling.
Correct.
Got it.
All right, I have them in front of me. Can we proceed?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. Introduction and final instructions. Any objection?
No objection.
Statement of charges. Any objection?
No objection.
And again, these are ones that will really, let's remind ourselves, we already went over these. I'm going to make sure I look to see based on the additional evidence. We had the FDLE expert, Dr. Vega, and Mr. Tower, who testified. All right, we have introduction to homicide. That's legally accurate. We have
No objection.
count 1, first degree murder.
No objection.
Count 2. When I was reading the stipulation,
They were swapped.
They were swapped in the stipulation. So I don't know if you want to point that out to the jury or not, but I don't think obviously that will be confusing. But in the stipulation, you identified Jennifer Tower as number 2 and Robbie Tower as 1. But on the on your counts, they're the opposite. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Count 2. We have murder in the first degree. Those are legally accurate. We have fleeing to elude, law enforcement. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, lesser included crimes to count 1, first degree murder. We have murder in the second degree and manslaughter. Both sides in agreement?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I mentioned it. I thought it was appropriate to bring it in front of the jury. It was completely improper for the defendant to make the statement that he was insane. There is no defense raised. There was no designation of insanity. I don't know where the defendant got that from. I hope he wasn't doing that in an intention to intentionally mislead the jury. But of course, neither side is permitted to make any argument reference that or any discussion in front of the jury related to that type of defense. Both sides understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have murder in the second degree. The lesser included with the count 1, victim Jennifer Tower. And then we have manslaughter next, victim Jennifer Tower. Lesser included for count 2, murder in the second degree, victim Robbie Tower, and then manslaughter for Robbie Tower. Both sides in agreement?
Yes, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, the state has updated the 3.7 plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt instruction as I requested earlier this morning. Any instruction now? Any objection now?
No, Your Honor.
3.9, weighing the evidence. We agreed to 1 through 5. Do any of the others apply?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, the only one I thought maybe would be any statements given in court that might be inconsistent with previous statements, but neither side are requesting that. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. We have the defendant becoming a witness. That's appropriate. Mr. Tower did testify. Any objection to this instruction as it is?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, 3.9b, defendant's statement. Ms. Freiberg, this is why I overruled your objection as to what he was feeling or thinking at the time he gave the statement to law enforcement. I think that's something that jurors are able to consider. So any objection to 3.9b?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
3.10, rules for deliberation. That's legally accurate. Cautionary instruction. Single defendant, multiple counts. They took out the information part, which I ordered, and the plural on documents. It's legally accurate now from my perspective. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, we have the verdict instruction and the verdict form. It has the defendant's name, case number. Count 1 has A, guilty as charged. B, murder in the second degree, a lesser included. C, manslaughter, lesser included. D, not guilty. Again, guilty, not guilty are not italicized, not capitalized. There's nothing drawing any attention to any one of these options. They're perfectly aligned. Count 2, the same applies for count 2. Count 3, same thing. Guilty, not italicized. Nothing's in any way uniquely or highlighted in any way. We have no lessers. Both sides agreed as to count 3, the fleeing to elude. We have the month and place for the foreperson to date and sign it. Lastly, submitting case to jury, we discussed as legally accurate. Any objection to the instructions as they currently are?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think they're legally accurate, comprehensive, and appropriate appropriate in this case. So I'm going to make copies for all the jurors. Are you folks able to make your own copies for the
Yes, Your
evening
Honor.
so you can prepare?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll have a copy on your desk in the morning, just so you have exactly the same copy from my stack, but you have a working copy so you can prepare this evening. All right, Mr. Gilman, any renewed motions for judgment of acquittal now that the defense has put on a witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll deny the renewed motion for, if there was one, I'll find that there is sufficient evidence for the jury to find the defendant guilty as charged based on the evidence presented and even in light of the defendant now taking the stand. Folks, have a nice evening. If you can just be ready to start up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? All right, have a good night.
All rise. Please stand.
All right, Amy Lee, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Whew, wow. So that was interesting, to say the least. That was interesting, to say the least. His true colors, I guess, came out. He's got a lot of rage, and I think we found out why. It sounds like Robbie didn't want to adopt him. So he's abandoned at his home, in his homeland, in his country, and then his forever home, Dad didn't want him. Does that justify what he did? No, does not. Does it help us understand why he did what he did? Maybe a little. Well, maybe a little. I mean, how would you guys feel if, your mom died at 6, 7 years old, you're bounced around from family members, you're put in a couple foster homes, war breaks out, then you're adopted by somebody who doesn't really want you, or half of the couple doesn't really want you. Again, I'm not justifying what he did by any stretch of the imagination, but helps you understand a little bit, which is what I'm looking for. I was just looking for an answer, and I think I got it. I think I got my answer. Dad didn't want him. Well, Robbie didn't want him, according to Dima. We don't know where Robbie stood. Robbie, by all accounts, seemed like a really cool guy. They both, Robbie seemed really nice, generous, loving, caring, giving. Jennifer, same, really nice couple. But we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. So, who knows? Who knows what was going on? Who knows what was actually going on? So, wow. All right. Memories. I like this channel. One can speak their mind without being bashed. I just might have to join. That's one thing that we strive for here, Memories. No bashing each other. And if you do, just so you know the ground rules, if you go after another chatter, we'll delete your comment and we'll time you out and or ban you. So respect, be courteous to each other. Everybody has opinions, and we allow you to voice them without attacking each other. We don't like it when you attack each other. Green-eyed cat. There's no evidence Robbie didn't want him. Yeah. Again, this is just Dima saying it. So why would he say that though? I mean, that's is he trying to justify it in his mind? Because we're only hearing one side of the story, as we always do. In these trials, we only hear one side of the story. We don't hear the other side. So that's him saying he's got a lot of anger. He has got a lot of anger. He was straight up, he was spot on when he said rage. And when he said rage, yeah, Dima, you have a lot of rage. So how are you going to do in the prison system? Probably not well. He's a slight guy. Well, he's a tiny guy. I think he's like 5'4", 5'6". He's a tiny guy. He is not going to do well in the prison system. That is for sure. He may not even make it a couple years. He's got a short temper, short man syndrome. He's not going to fare well. That is for sure. But is that our problem? No. Is that our concern? Probably not. Sarcasm. How do we know what he said is true? No, we don't. You didn't miss anything. No, that's what I'm saying. We don't. We don't know what he said is true. Everything he said, it could be a complete lie. We don't know. We don't know. Amber Fox, there are 3 people who know the truth of that night, and 2 are, yep. And not only that night, Amber, but also of the relationship, the dynamic. What was the dynamic in that household? He did say mom would stand up for him. He did say that. So he wasn't deviating from that. So, meaning he said in his law enforcement interview that mom would stand up for him. And then now he said dad didn't want him. He can't handle life on life's terms. So sad. Yeah. I mean, there's so much going on. I've talked to you guys about this before. Like whenever I think, oh, I've got it bad, or I get down on myself or whatever, I'm like, just look at the world. We don't have bombs dropping on us. We don't have gangs roaming the streets, pulling us out of our houses. We don't have the threat of what am I going to eat tonight? I mean, we have it good. We have it good. And I'm just saying we. I don't know about you guys, but I have it good. Aaron and I have it good. So I don't know what it's like to, have bombs falling. I don't know what it's like to be, what's going on in a large part of the world. So who knows? Who knows what damage is done, when you're 6, 7, 8 years old, and then a war breaks out when he's 14. That's very, very traumatizing. Very traumatizing. So I don't know. I want to know. I don't know if I'll ever find out, but I want to know. I want to know what makes people tick, what made him do that. He says rage. Okay, fine. Define that rage. What is it? Your dad didn't want you, and that's heavy, man. I'm not saying that's not heavy. Your mom dies and your dad left you when you were a kid. Your family didn't want you, so they put you in a foster. Hey, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible. You come over here, you get adopted, and you find out that adopted dad didn't want you. If that's true, let's just go with that. Again, terrible. Absolutely terrible. So what do you do with that? He took his rage out on his parents instead of, I don't know, instead of leaving, instead of not taking his rage out on his parents, doing something else, joining the military. You want to take your rage out, go join the military. You want to go shoot and kill people, go join the military, where it's legal to do that. And you're doing it in defense of, your country, even though that's not your country. Go back to Ukraine and fight for Ukraine, if that's what you want. Go to Russia and fight for Russia. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you want to get your rage out, go do it else. Don't kill the people that, by all accounts, gave you a really nice life. So, I don't know. There's so many different ways that this could have been handled, of course. But, so. Abandonment issues are deep, Janet says. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Gretchen, older kids from other countries face serious adoption issues, for sure. Trixie, I'm correct about which part. So he has a pew and goes after everyone then? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means. Sweet Vampy, neither of my dads wanted me, and you don't see me raging out and doing the unthinkable. Yeah, no, I mean, we all react differently, for sure, right? We all react differently to whatever it is that we have been given to us. Whatever hand we've been dealt, everybody reacts differently. Pammy, bite the hand that feeds you never works out well. That's true. Sarcasm, the military is not a great place for anyone with rage issues. Most don't make it through. Okay. Memories. Broken is the best way to analyze this young man. We'll never know whether he's manipulative. He says some things that are very pointed. Yeah, I agree. There were some, about schools. Schools, you can make an argument that there's There's a lot of brainwashing that goes on with schools. I mean, you could definitely make that argument. He did say a lot of things. I was like, yeah, all right, good point. But you're doing it the wrong way. You're going about it the wrong way. It seems like he didn't have any direction. He didn't have any direction. That's the problem, that he didn't have direction. Maybe if he had direction and somebody in his life had helped him focus, that might have helped him. Amanda asks, why did the court not want him to tell them about his life? They didn't give an answer. They just said it's not relevant. They just said it wasn't relevant, which I thought was sad. I think that was very relevant, in my opinion. I would have wanted to explore that more, but they said it was. They said it wasn't relevant. Let's see here. Richard says, can't fix a car if you don't have the tools. Will Johnson, most people know when they are not wanted. Gretchen, there are many Americans who also feel schools brainwash. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist by saying that. I worked in educational publishing for a long time. Let's see. Real happy, he didn't seem open to direction. Maybe he was too far gone, right? Maybe he was too far gone. Kathy Davis, thanks for the company. I suspect he had direction but didn't want it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Running with Scissors. The story of Charles Pazram is really insightful for learning how dark people can become when they're raised in trauma. Oh, all right. I'll have to check that out. Sharon Kirkland. Yep, it's complicated, as he says. Oh, Carl Panzram. I don't know that name. Let me look that up. Carl, before it goes away. Oh, wow. Oh, serial killer. Oh, wow. 1891 to 1930. He was American. Yep, everything. Wow, everything. Arsonist, robber. Yeah, all the bad things. He confessed to murdering 21 boys and men, only 5 of which have been corroborated. He's suspected of killing more than 100 boys and men in the U.S. alone, several more in Portuguese Angola. Thousands of SA against males of all ages. Good Lord. He was born in 1891 on a farm in Minnesota. 6 of 7 children born in East Prussia. Huh. All right. I do not know his name. Interesting. Thank you, Running with Scissors. That's a good find for me. Let's see. Let's see. MLC. Yeah. Why did he come back then? That's a really good question. So apparently he went to go to West Virginia to live with Jennifer's father, who was a pastor. And then why did he come back? Yeah, it's a good question. Again, we don't know. G. Stewie, I actually don't think he will survive in prison long. I don't know. Kimbers, don't let his size fool you. He's going to be a force to reckon with in jail. Small but mighty, right? Is that what we can say? Small but mighty. Brian M., you're watching Eddie's Netflix series. Yeah, we watched that about a month ago now. Yeah, it was in October. It's interesting. It's a little. I'm not going to give any spoilers. I'll just say it's interesting. We'll go with that. G. Stewie, I think the system failed the kid, and I feel the system failed the parents. How do you think? Okay, what system? What system, G. Stewie? What system? The adoption system, the adopted system, or what? The school system? Can't say the school really, because it's up to the parents to provide guidance. So what system? His attorney failed him. Direct could have dug deeper into his life in Ukraine. He was old enough to know right from wrong, Sharon says, even live on his own. I agree. Munch says the adoptive system. Adoption, yes, the adoption system. All right. Yeah, I guess they could have found out if he had those tendencies, I guess. Maybe give him some kind of evaluation. Are you raging inside? The whole adoption system. All right, I gotcha. Let's see. Child Protective Services. The police, I would say, I think we could put a little bit on them because they, how many times, 6 times in a year, 2 years? He was arrested twice and 6 times police were called. Now, to the police's credit, they said to the towers, fill out, get, not a restraining order, but essentially fill out some kind of paperwork, and they didn't. So, but I mean, 6 times 6 times law enforcement were called on him. Twice he was arrested. So I could see that. G. Stewie says, I think he could have been offered more help the minute he entered the system, really. Yeah, all right, I gotcha. Anja, he should have been in therapy after his bio mom passed. He was so young. True. Sorry. True. Sam says, there are a lot of assumptions about him with very little actual known about him. Absolutely. Agreed. Absolutely. Munch says, I think the prosecutor was objecting because he wasn't answering the questions being asked. JMS says, this is sort of like the Timothy Fareder case. Not familiar with that. They have an adopted son who is evil and causing them so much trouble they built a box in the garage for him and locked him in there. Wow. I'm not familiar with that. All right, Jenny Lynn, trauma does a lot to a person, no matter the age, but childhood trauma molds you. Yep, let's be honest. We don't know what he went through there or over here. That is true. Something is broken within him for sure. Absolutely. Yep, and the parents tried. Yep, they tried to get him Baker acted, and law enforcement said they didn't see it. So there's a moment, I think, of the system failing. But if, I don't know. Yep, Denny Dawn wanted to involuntarily commit him to get him help. 321 relax. Yep, frustrating because it feels like we're missing so much. I agree. There is a huge sense of frustration from my standpoint. I agree. I'm sure you guys are feeling it too. Mama says, everyone needs to remember he was 14 when adopted and grew up and taught the way of the Ukrainian culture and how a man should act. That is true. But he did that in a foster home because he was like 9 or 10 when he made it into the foster home. So how are those foster people in Ukraine? How are they? I wish he had been evaluated, Janet. I really do. I really wish he had been evaluated. Snikda, can't blame it on law enforcement. It's the courts who don't take necessary action after people are arrested. Let's see. Sherry M says he should have been in therapy the first day they brought him home. Pammy, Ferreter is Florida case. Ooh, surprised you never heard of it. Huh. The Box Boy, is that what it's? The Box Boy. Let me see if I can find him. What's his name? Ferreter trial. What's it called? Ferreter conviction. Boy in box. Okay. Tracy Ferreter pleads guilty, avoids jail time. Timothy Ferreter found guilty on all counts. Ooh, that was at Palm Beaches in 2023. Holy smokes. Why don't I remember this? We were living down there. No, we weren't. No, we had moved by then. All right, Florida versus Tim and Tracy Ferreter. Okay, there it is. Boy in box on Court TV. All right, that could be worthy of a rewatch, you guys. Maybe worthy of a rewatch. Boy in box. All right. Could be worthy of a rewatch. Sparkling Princess, no matter how he was raised, he was told not to make comments, answer the question. That has nothing to do with culture. Baker acting, if no one has answered that, it's basically I can enact it on you if I think you're a danger to yourself. Baker Act refers to a Florida law that allows for involuntary commitment of a person to a mental health facility for up to 72 hours for examination if they are deemed to be a danger to themselves or others or are unable to care for themselves due to mental illness. So it was enacted in 1971, aims to provide emergency mental health care and temporary detention for those in crisis to prevent harm. So did anybody answer that for you? I don't think so. Okay. Yep. So it's a Florida law that allows for involuntary commitment of a person. So I can, if I think that you're acting a certain way, I can call authorities and get you Baker acted. So, makes sense? Bunch says, which ego will take the stand next? I think it's my favorite segment on YouTube. Cool. Thank you for that. Around Thanksgiving time. No, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to make it a surprise. But it's going to be around Thanksgiving time, we think. And it's going to be 2. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I'm going to tell you. It's going to include 2, not just 1, but 2. So you get 2 for the price of 1. Baker Act is also referred to as a 5150. Is that I thought Baker Act was everywhere. I didn't think it was just in Florida. Oh, there it is. I see it, sarcasm. Yep, 5150 is the same. And that's California, so that makes sense. 5150 is a California law allowing a 72-hour involuntary psychiatric hold, while the Baker Act is similar law in Florida, also involving involuntary holds, but with distinct procedures for voluntary admission and a lack of mandatory 72-hour limit for voluntary holds. The main difference is the state in which the laws are applied. Both provide a framework for involuntary psychiatric assessment, commitment when someone is deemed a danger to themselves, others, or is gravely disabled. So 5150 is California. Baker Act is, and it's Baker Act. So it's 2 words. Debbie, some places call Baker Acts by other, yeah, it seems like it. There's also a Marchman Act. There's a Marchman Act. The main difference is that the Marchman Act is for individuals with substance abuse disorders, while the Baker Act is for individuals with mental illness. So Marchman Act, if somebody's using, abusing substances, you can have a Marchman Act. I didn't know about that either. So. Section 12 in Massachusetts, we just call it sectioned, right? Yeah, I mean every state, right? 302, there you go, 302 in Pennsylvania. So yeah, so everybody, Florida, play on crime, we're Florida. We are in Florida. So, Barry Adams, I don't know what we call it in Connecticut. I think it's just involuntary. Isn't it sectioned? Isn't that what, wait a minute. Didn't you just call it sectioned? Jennifer King, do I think Dima is damaged? Yes. I think there's something that went on that that damaged him, yes. I think we call it involuntary hold. Sarcasm, we use both in the Midwest, so I've always thought they were nationwide as well. I'm trying to think when I first heard of Baker Act, and I think it was in Florida. I think it was either Florida or New York. It was not in Ohio. I did not know about it in Ohio. It was I think it was in Florida. I think that's where I first heard about it. Let's see here. We're not going to go back to Devin. If they had ended at 3, we would have Mallory, but it's a little too late now. So we'll go back to Devin tomorrow. So, okay, here. All right, I'm going to wrap it up here. It's almost 4:30 here on the East Coast. Wrapping it up, so if you guys want to say your goodbyes, now is the time to say your goodbyes. Excuse me. And I will definitely leave you with kitties before we go. Although I only, excuse me, I only have Super Ball. Super Ball's over here sleeping. All right, so tomorrow's schedule will be, we're going to dual stream. So we're going to have jury instructions, closing arguments, and verdict on one computer. And then we're going to pick up on Devin, day 5, I think we're up to tomorrow. We'll do that. We'll get through 2 days tomorrow. We're going to get through days 5 and day 6 tomorrow. So we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Day 5 was only 4 hours. Day 5 was 4 hours. Today, I don't know how long today is, but we'll do yesterday and today tomorrow. And then we'll have to see if we're going to stream over the weekend. I don't want to stream over the weekend, so we'll have to see where we stand. We might do that Monday morning and then roll into Devin because they didn't start till like 2 o'clock today, 2 o'clock Eastern. So I don't want to just sit here all morning and have nothing to do. So I may save Friday for Monday morning. I think that's what we'll do. So tomorrow we're going to stream day 5 and 6, which are yesterday and today. We're going to stream that tomorrow. And then Monday we'll stream Friday. How's that sound? Is that right? Is that right? Sound like a plan? I think that's what we're going to do. Catch you on reply. Noto, thank you for the coverage. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your eyeballs. Thank you guys. Chat, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you all have a choice in where you watch your trials, and I do appreciate you spending your day with us. Tomorrow, dual stream. So mods, do what you do. We love you. You guys do a fantastic job. And we will be dual streaming tomorrow. And we're going to get through 2 days of Devin. We'll get through 2 days. And then I think Monday morning we'll get through Friday. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, chat. And I will leave you with, I think, Gretchen, you asked for extra kitty time. I got a big ball of fluff right there. You can't really see her because she's blowing out the, yeah, that's Super Ball right there. The sun is blowing out the camera. And I got nobody else. Everybody else has left me. Everybody else has abandoned me. My family of kitties have abandoned me. All right, you guys. Tough day. It was a tough day. That was rough. But just make sure you guys do something to take care of yourselves. Do whatever it is you need to do in a positive way. Do something positive for yourselves to make sure that you are taking care of yourselves. And know that you can always come here. We are happy to provide a safe space for you. We're happy that you guys allow us to do that. So please come back tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. And we will see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I have to go find my family now. Love you guys. Have a good one. Bye. Oops, don't want that one. All right, let's do this again. Bye.